All right, y'all. We up in here. And wait a minute. I think we in here. Okay. I had to make sure that Instagram was on. Y'all know Instagram always be giving me issues with my multi-stream. What's up? What's up, these peeps? Y'all give me a quick second, because per usual, I'm trying to get the word out on all of my socials. And my phone is being just annoying right now. So y'all bear with me. I think I'm gonna have to like literally reboot my phone because it's tripping right now. And I know we still like going through retrogrades and things, but like it's frustrating. So hold on, y'all. All right, hold on. Let me make sure it's on Facebook and that I can hear it. Yeah, see, it didn't even post correctly. Hold on. I know one thing, I cannot wait for all these retrogrades to complete their mission. Like whatever mission y'all got, go on and complete it. Cause my phone has been acting all extra annoying today. Okay. Okay, so I hear it on Facebook. That's good news. Let me make sure I can hear it on my YouTube page or YouTube channel because I already checked my Instagram. Okay, come on. I need you to cooperate. Okay, I think, yes. Okay, YouTube, it's showing up on my phone. So this is what I'm about to do. I'm going to have to restart this phone because, oh, when I tell you, it's the retrograde of it all. Anyways, what's up? What's up? What's up, these peeps? These peeps in the building, these peeps in the is-house. I appreciate everybody for tuning in this week. My goal is to go live every day as much as I can. And I find that most of my viewers are night owls like me. Okay, so it seems like going live at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time seems to be working. So that is what I'm going to do. Okay, hold on now. I don't need you acting like a hoe ass bitch while I'm on live. Come on, phone. Let's get your life together. Like I know, and see, here's the thing: I do all my editing on my phone, so I know a big part of it is, um, I need to free up space because every time, like when y'all be seeing my reels and my thumbnails, all my work I do on my phone. I'm like I told you, I'm a senior editor, multimedia producer, digital marketer. I wear many hats, so my phone offers so much versatility. I am well versed in Final Cut Pro and in the Adobe Suite. My movie I'm actually producing that using the Adobe Suite, Adobe After Effects, Adobe Premiere Pro, Photoshop, Illustrator, yada, yada, yada. For those who have been following me for quite some time, if you've seen my studios page, so my studio I call DMP Studios 1, which stands for D's Media Production. When I was in college, I had enrolled in the Accelerated Technology Degree Program at Rasmussen College School of Design. And I actually did that program online. My father, before he passed away, he encouraged me to go to school to get my degree in web and interactive graphic design. And so I was 5 credits from graduating and ran out of financial aid because of my student loans. However, I work very fast and I like to use my phone, but I learned a lot about Adobe After Effects, taking that program. And so for those who have been on my DMP Studios 1 Facebook or Instagram pages and my YouTube channel, which I'm not gonna lie, I haven't updated that channel in quite some time, which now that I'm saying this, I really need to make time to do that this week. But my trailer for my movie called DMP Oh, my brain just went away just that quick. The 2020 DMP purge. Lord God, I'm tired. And so I produced my trailer using Adobe After Effects and Premiere Pro. I used what all programs did I use? I used Illustrator, Photoshop, After Effects, Premiere Pro, and then I used about 5 or 6 editing apps on my phone and UX graphic design apps. So, I mean, like I told you, I'm a whole entire geek, but this is what I love to do. All my content on my YouTube channel and as well as on all of my social medias, I have edited and produced my own content and or taken other people's videos and re-edited them. So that is what I love to do. And that is what I'm speaking into existence as a full-time career, in addition to my YouTube channel being, what I do full-time and things of that nature. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Shout out to my subscribers, literally 5011 subscribers. So, and shout out to y'all, the DzPeepz that was leaving comments earlier today, especially on the Just Hilarious video, which again, I posted that video all of 2 years ago, and y'all are still really watching that short and commenting. And one of the ladies, I need to look up her name because I told her to tune in tonight, and I want to see if she does. Because she said, "Girl, I didn't watch this video 5011 times." I said, "Not 5011." you know, Not 5011, but I love it. I love it when y'all come back to my channel and rewatch videos because, of course, it helps and it pushes, the videos up in the algorithm. And then it really does honestly encourage me to know that people really are fucking with my channel. So I just want y'all to know I appreciate y'all so much. And, once you subscribe, you become a DzPeepz. So yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, her name, shout out to Unquenchable Fire. Oh, I like your name, Unquenchable Fire. Okay, I like it. She said, I have watched this 5011 times just for just hashtag I'm not your mama. So for y'all that have not had a chance to go to my YouTube channel and just scroll through my shorts. Now, because I did edit and upload it 2 years ago. You're going to have to scroll all the way down, but you'll see the one, I think it's titled Just Hilarious High Thoughts or something like that. Oh no, that's the other one. That's the one that's had the most views. This one is the Wild and Out video. And I happen to see, because I love Wild and Out. I was watching this episode. I think it's what is it? Season 18, episode 3, I believe. And I was like, you know what? I'm about to screen capture this and turn this into a short because it's Just Hilarious, Jessie Woo, and Coco Brown. And they're actually doing a skit, but all three of them are singing. So at first is Jessie Woo and Coco Brown singing. And then all of a sudden, Just Hilarious comes out and sings this little end part talking about she said, because I look old in the face, y'all bitches is using me. And she was like, what did she say? I'm the mama, but I didn't choose to be because I look old in the face, y'all bitches is using me. And so I use y'all know I'm an 80s baby. So if I don't know, the 80 babies, y'all remember the old sitcom, The Dinosaurs, the family of dinosaurs, and the little baby, the little light-skinned baby. I call him light-skinned. Little light-skinned dinosaur baby that was like, not the mama, not the mama. So when I edited that short, I added that little, motion graphics clip. And so many people have been like, not the dinosaur baby, not your mama. So anyways, I wanted to give a shout out to let me make sure I say her name right, Unquenchable Fire, because you coming back and rewatching that video is helping to push it up in the algorithm. And also I wanted to give 2 shout outs to 2 of my viewers. One of them I know is a returning viewer because he was on my live the other night from the most recent live that I did last night. He said, I'm just catching the playback. So I appreciate y'all when y'all go and watch the replay of my lives. Please watch them all the way through. Of course, they're long because when we start engaging and talking with each other, they go longer. And then, of course, when we go into the spiritual aspect, which of course we're going to do tonight, then we dive deep and we go back and forth. And so also shout out to No Flesh 0909. She said, wow, when it said your footsteps are ordered on replay, love it. So again, when y'all give me this feedback, it really does encourage me. I need every one of my viewers and subscribers to know thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I do put a lot of work into my lives. Like even the one tonight, y'all know I do the research. I show y'all the receipts. It ain't just, oh, we just gossiping and kikiing. No, I really dive deep. I'm a Scorpio. Scorpios, we are deep divers. Okay. So thank y'all again. Now I just remembered two of my people was like, make sure you text me once you go live. Cause like my cousin, she tried to tune in last night and I realized I had texted her before I actually was on live. So y'all bear with me right quick because I need to make sure that I send them the links so that they can come and join in. So y'all bear with me right quick. Okay, hold on. Let her know I'm live right now. Come tune in right now. Okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. Come tune in. Come catch this tea. Okay. So tonight we are going to be covering three different topics. So, of course, I have to give a shout out to the Queen, Jaguar Wright. We are going to salute Jaguar Wright tonight. You know what? The Most High was like, give her as much love as you can because she's going through it. Even though she's strong for the public, Jag's going through it. And me being an empath, clairvoyant, psychic, I feel it. I literally feel her pain and her grieving and things that she's going through. So Jag, I really hope you get a chance to come enjoy my live tonight. I made sure to tag you in the reel that I edited and uploaded on all three of my Instagram pages. Oh, viewers, for those who have not, y'all can follow me on Instagram. That is the platform I am on the most. Pretty much Facebook and TikTok, I just post and dip. Like and I know I need to engage more, but Instagram is my platform because there's certain people that I do follow who follow me back, like Jackie Christie. By the way, shout out to Jackie Christie from Basketball Wives. She started following me, I think, a little over a year ago on my Instagram. And Jackie, I love you so much because she always engages. And if you comment, she actually engages back. And she has even DM'd me a few times. So I want to give a shout out to Jackie Christie because Jackie has her own productions, an actual like full force production studio. And it's definitely encouraged me to see, a successful melanin woman, melanin queen, having her own production studio and her own show, because of course that is my goal with my show, Just D's Show. So shout out to Jackie. But tonight we are saluting and celebrating Jaguar Wright because Jaguar's strength and her outspoken nature, her fearlessness in speaking her truth for the sake of trying to help save other young women and men and help the next generation to not go through what she unfortunately went through, being in the music industry. It is definitely commendable. And so, Jaguar, I really hope you see this live. And also shout out to you, Queen, for coming into my live Sunday night and, joining in the comments. I was sharing that with a couple of people that are very near and dear to me today and rewatching, that part of my live from Sunday night. It just encouraged me, her words of encouragement, the love that she showed, and then the things that we were discussing. And so, love, when you do get a chance, you can definitely hit me up in the DM on my Instagram page. I would love for us to be able to talk in real time and chop it up because I really do look up to you, Jaguar. I'm inspired by you. I'm inspired by your strength, your fearlessness. And you also help me to, not be afraid to speak my truth and to speak it fearlessly as you do. And so I've been praying for you daily. I've been covering you in prayer, sending the angels and ancestors around you for strength and, protection and healing. So, my love, continue on the good fight. Continue to do what God told you to do, exactly as you told me in the comments on my Sunday Night Live. So I just want to personally give you my love and that the energy that I'm sending to you. I'm so grateful for the moment that your son Giovanni, revealed himself in my room and sent me the channel messages to give you, because I know you miss your baby boy. And it was terrible what they did, taking him from you, but they are going to pay. And as we are all seeing, they are paying now. So I just want to personally tell you that I'm sending you love, positive energy, healing, and prayers. And I hope that you can come join us tonight. Now, in addition to saluting Jaguar Wright tonight, we're going to talk about Diddy being accused by the 13-year-old. We're also going to talk about Jonathan Hay, who is a producer and was Rihanna's publicist, exposing Jay-Z as gay and or bisexual. We're also going to talk about the cuckold alleged story about Ray J smashing Beyonce and Jay-Z watching. So the tea is piping hot tonight, y'all. So y'all come, tune in, sip on your tea, get your popcorn, do whatever you want to do. I'm also going to be dropping the link for people that want to join on screen. You will be able to join in the commentary and you'll be able to speak as well. What I do ask for every viewer that joins the screen, please mute your microphone, because if not, then we get all the echoing feedback. And as y'all know, YouTube has had a lot of audio issues. I've already enabled the closed captions for the videos, the video clips I am going to play that are on YouTube, because for whatever reason, ever since the last update, the audio glitches very, very badly when I start to play videos that are actually on YouTube. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos that we're going to be reviewing tonight that are relative to saluting Jaguar Wright, as well as Jonathan Hay sharing his truth, as well as, the accuser, the 13-year-old accuser for Diddy, and Jonathan talking about Jay-Z. So I have, like I said, I've enabled the closed captions so that if the audio is going in and out, y'all can at least see the captions. Please drop down in the comments in the chat and let me know as I'm playing the video if the audio starts to glitch, because on my end, I can't hear it. On my end, it sounds perfectly fine. I don't hear it until I go back and watch my lives, because again, I'm an editor, so that's just something I'm conditioned to do. Having worked in broadcast production and being an editor from, I'm videographer, shooting the content, actually editing the content, and then working in post production where we produce the content, and then working in digital marketing where we market the content. So that's why y'all always see me doing all of my own work. Literally, I screen record myself as I'm editing on my phone and create videos to actually show you guys this is me really doing the work for my channel. Everything on my channel is my work. I have nobody that I've hired. I do all of my own editing. So as an editor, as a proofreader, proof viewer, I go back and watch my lives, and I really, really hate when I'm hearing the audio glitching up. But unfortunately, there is not. I've tried to troubleshoot it. There's not much I can do to make it stop, because it is in fact a YouTube issue. It's not StreamYard. It's not any of the streaming, platforms. It's actually YouTube. Because like I said, when I go listen to other people who I follow and watch on YouTube, I'm even hearing it on their content. So y'all just bear with me on that. So we will get started. I'm just now seeing there's comments already. Thank y'all so much. Shout out to Markeisha. Girl, we go way back, way back, way back to Hastings, Nebraska. For those that don't know, I have been born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. Yes, I live in Houston. Everybody out here says I have an accent. I'm like, okay. But anyway, They always ask me, "Where are you from?" I'm from the home of Malcolm X. So for those who do not know, Malcolm X was born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. The whole north side of Omaha, where I grew up at in the hood, is dedicated to Malcolm X. There's everything on 24th Street is dedicated to Malcolm X. So we moved to Lincoln, Nebraska, which is the capital of Nebraska, after my maternal grandmother passed away. And I honor you, Grandma Smith. And then my mom and former stepdad started a church in Hastings, Nebraska when I was either 12 or 13. And we used to drive back and forth from Lincoln to Hastings, which was about an hour and a half each way. And then we finally moved to Hastings when I was 15. No, not 15. Wait, was I 15? What age was I? Yeah, I was 15, turning 16. And that's where I graduated high school. So Markeisha and I met not too long after I moved to Hastings. So shout out to you, Markeisha. Thank you for hitting me in the DMs on Facebook and asking me to tag you on my live and for supporting, because we go way, way back, child. So I appreciate seeing you tune in tonight. If you have not, my love, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. And then we also have Joy's in the building. Joy, if you want to, you can, let me drop the link for y'all. You can join in the conversation. All y'all have to do is go to, if you're on your phones, go to your mobile browser, type in this link, and it'll allow you to come on screen. If you're on a web browser, on a laptop, you can just type it in and do the same thing. You don't have to come on camera. As y'all see, I'm not on camera. A few people ask me that, why don't you come on camera? Because I'm tired. Like dead ass, I'm tired. I don't feel like, trying to go glam up. And plus, I told you I've been staying at like, different Airbnbs and stuff. The room that I'm in now it's not set up for me to be able to set up my green screen. And I use my green screen for the background because y'all see my little logo here in the upper right corner that I designed on my phone. That's what I like to use for my background decal. And unfortunately, this room doesn't have, the setup like a desk or whatever for me to set up my green screen. So I just stay off camera. I do plan to come on camera later this week. And even though my avatar picture is the photo with my braids that I did myself when I was wearing my braids last year, I've been wearing my natural afro for, let me see, ever since April. Yeah, when I went to what was it called? The Loud Music event where Flip talked about his start in music. Oh, I gotta look it up because now I can't remember the title of it. But it wasn't For the Love of Music. It was that was the one in August. Hold on, y'all, because I hate when I can't remember titles to things that I know the title to. It's like, come on, Instagram. My phone, you know what? I'm speaking into existence. I'm about to get me a better phone. The money is flowing. Money flows to me like water. I am thankful for money. I'm literally saying an affirmation. I want y'all to learn these things. You can manifest by speaking into existence those things that you want. Money flows to me like water. I am thankful for money because money allows me to have better equipment, especially a better phone for my editing and my social media content. Let me see. Yes, okay, that's what it was called. Little Flip hosts Beats and Bourbon event by Loud Music. Shout out to the CEO of Loud Music, Derek McKinney. Shout out to the Freestyle King, Little Flip. That event. I started wearing my afro because I wanted to give my scalp a break from my braids because I do my own hair, so I was having to do my braids like every 3 weeks, and I'm like, my fingers and back hurt. And when I wore my afro that event, everybody like complimented me, and I was all self-conscious, like, I don't even know if this is cute because I'm so used to wearing braids. Because y'all know, I know I'm cute, but I got a long face. Both my parents got a long face, but I'm still gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. But everybody loved my afros. Like every time I wear my afro in public, people really be complimenting me. So I decided to just go completely natural. Hence my new stage name, D Natural, which by the way, I'm writing and doing more music. So there are so many different things that I am doing, not just editing, not just my Chef on a Budget, Eat Your Way Healthy, not just my lives. I am writing my own music. And shout out to Zaytoven, by the way. I wrote a song to his beat, The Trap Father 2. I wrote a song, what was it, a week ago to that beat, and I'm going to be recording myself. It's actually a song where I'm singing and rapping, y'all, because I do both. And I'm going to be recording that soon and getting that produced and posted as well. So shout out to Zaytoven, King Zaytoven, and your team. I really appreciate the Zoom meetings that y'all invite me to. I appreciate how the team, texts me and emails me and checks on me and invites me to the events that are coming up. I appreciate the encouragement with my music. So, this is a live about Jag, but I have to give a shout out to those in the industry who are not corrupt, to my knowledge, who are not corrupt, who do support Just D Show, who do support my music, and also that encourage me. Like I said, Flip is somebody I know in real life, and I've had the opportunity to spend, time with him and have conversations about music and spirituality. And I go if I can go to an event that he's doing, I go and I record the artist. Shout out to Dakota Blue. Shout out to, let me make sure I get her name right because we follow each other on Instagram. Little Bit with the Big Voice. I mean, she's a tiny little thing, but her voice is so tremendous. And she was singing, not singing, she was singing at that For the Love of Music event. And let me get her name right because last time I didn't. I'd be feeling bad when but Brooke, let me go to her page. Brooke Berg. So on her Instagram, y'all can look her up. It's Brooke B, Big Bar Brooke. And even though that's her name, she's a tiny little thing. She looks like a model. She's real skinny, but she has such a huge voice, and her voice just reverberated throughout that whole event. And all the other artists, I think the other one name was Travis. There were so many local artists at that event, the For the Love of Music event in August. And I honestly, there was not one artist that I did not like. Everybody that performed was amazing. So as I have more time, I know that it's been a long time coming, but y'all, I've been super busy. I will be editing the content that I captured at that event and featuring each one of those artists on my YouTube channel as well. So, I like to always show love to H-Town's artists, show love to those that inspire me. Like I said, with Flip, he is a high vibrational and he is also a chosen, and he always talks about God and not selling his soul, unlike Diddy and Jay-Z and all the rest of them who clearly have sold their souls. So shout out to all of y'all. But above all, shout out to Jaguar Wright. I want to thank you so much for your love and encouragement. I want to thank you for speaking your truth every single chance you get. And Jaguar, I don't care what they say about you. I don't care who comes for you. You are divinely protected. And you know that, Queen. You know that you have divine protection. But you also have me and all of my ancestors and prayer warriors praying and protecting you as well. So just know you are honored, you are valued and appreciated. And I want to thank you so much for stopping by my channel Sunday night. I was so shocked. I was like, wait a minute. I'm going through the comments like I do right now. And I was like, wait a minute, y'all. That Jaguar like jumped in my life. So thank you so much. Split Fire Wild says, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Good evening to you as well. So like I said, for those that want to come on screen, you can. If you'd like to join in, like I said, I just ask that you mute your mics. You don't have to come on camera, or if you want to, you can. It's up to you. So what I'm going to present tonight, the first thing I want to present, give me 1 second, y'all, is Jaguar's, her website that I didn't even know about. So I happened to come across this on her Instagram page because I was tagging her in the reels that I was editing, and I just went ahead and stopped by her page, and I saw her first post. She was saying, have you subscribed? And I'm like, oh, she has a whole website. So y'all, we need to support the queen because she gets enough hate as it is. So my goal is to have myself and my viewers to support her, So let's, rally behind Jaguar. Let's support her content. I even subscribe to her Patreon channel. And you can do that as well. And I'm starting a Patreon myself because Patreon is very much so uncensored, unlike, YouTube. Now, I don't know how to get this off. Okay, because I want y'all to see her website. And y'all, I produce websites as well. I am a web developer. I am a HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript programmer and coder. Like I said, I'm a whole entire nerd, and I inherited all of my tech skills from my father. Love you, Dad. So you can book her. I love this photo. I absolutely love this photo. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to save this for a future reel, because I see the power of her queendom, and I see not just the actual lights, I actually see angels around her, like I did when I watched this interview. Jaguar has so much divine protection that is always around her. And that's how come I know that no matter what anybody says about her, she's chosen by God and she is a high vibrational person. And those are people I automatically resonate with, those who fearlessly stand for what's right. So we're going to review a few views, not a few views, a few of her videos that I recently have been watching. I was able to catch the end of the live she did yesterday with, what are they called again? Too Strong. And then she did a live herself after she had been arrested, and she, was talking about so many different things. So we'll go over those tonight, but it gives her background. I used to listen to Jaguar when I was like my late teenage years, early 20s. I would listen to her. As a matter of fact, I remember this Jaguar, with the black, no, with, I was trying to enlarge the photo. Can we do that? Can we save? Oh, it won't let me save the photo. Well, regardless, this is a Jaguar I remember. So she's been in the industry for, I believe, over 3 decades. And, you guys can definitely go look her up on YouTube, and follow her content. Okay, I didn't even know she had a podcast. Okay. So see, I just learned something new showing y'all. But yeah, let's support the queen because she gets enough hate. She needs a lot of love right now. That's what I really feel, that maybe that's why God connected me to her. She needs love, y'all, and she needs prayers because what she's doing is not an easy thing to do. It's definitely not an easy thing to do, to be the black sheep, to be the one that everybody is going to speak against for you speaking your truth. And Lord knows I know firsthand what that's like. Even in my own family, people hate when you speak the truth, especially when they're used to living a lie. So tonight I want to show love, and if she does happen to pop into our live tonight, y'all just show her some love, and send her a lot of positive energy and prayers and peace and healing, because that's what she needs. She doesn't need people calling her a conspiracy theorist. She doesn't need people calling her a liar. She's not lying. I know she's not. I know she's not lying from the things I've researched that have resonated, which is why I have been following her content, because it resonates with even what I have studied and researched and have been speaking out against my own self. So, I'm so grateful that Sunday night I got that divine confirmation when she came into my live and, was communicating with me and with us through the chat. So first thing I want to show y'all, let's go ahead and share the screen. Give me 1 second here. Oh, wait, is it sharing the screen? Oh, it's sharing the wrong one. Hold on. There we go. So this video, she talks about basically her experience when she was in jail with other women who had been arrested for SA trafficking, and who had been coerced into participating in the trafficking of women and things like that. Hold on. Okay. I had saw a notification. Okay. On my phone. And it was interesting, just what she was speaking with these women about and sharing on this YouTube. Now, this is one that she just did on her phone. And she's talking with her guy. I don't remember his name. I know that I had caught a live that they did together a couple nights ago, and I was able to jump in there, and she acknowledged me in that live. But love, I don't remember the name of your guy. I believe it's her fiance. I believe it's her fiance. I think they're engaged. And I love to see him supporting her with her content on her YouTube and them being a dynamic duo. I see them getting married. I had a premonition of them having a wedding. So I'm very happy for Jag that she has him by her side to love on her, assist her, help her, and just be there for her because she has been through a lot. For those that don't know, Jaguar lost her son a couple of years ago because he was a target because of her speaking her truth. And I remember seeing the video where she had her meltdown, she had her breakdown behind her son, and she was crying and screaming, and it broke my heart. Oh my God, it broke my heart because I could feel, see, empaths, we feel feelings. Clairvoyance, we hear, see, and feel energy, and psychic mediums, we channel other people's energy, whether they're alive or they've passed on. And her son Giovanni, who passed away, who they actually came after because of her speaking her truth, he showed up in my room Sunday night while Jag and I were talking on my live through the comments, and he gave me several channeled messages to give her, even his nickname that I couldn't possibly know. And, she confirmed in the comments that Vonnie was his nickname. So, you know, people fear what they don't understand when you've been conditioned by religion and society that, oh, those types of gifts are witchcraft and it's evil. No, I was literally born with these gifts. I've had these gifts my entire life. I'm just now speaking out about them, but I've had these gifts since I was a kid. And me and my sister, that we're 11 months apart, we used to astral project into each other's dreams and then talk about it the next morning. The only other person I ever did that with was my adopted sis. I call her my adopted sis, my best friend, Elissa, who passed away September 1st, 2014. Elissa and I were spiritual sisters. She was my armor bearer. She was my right hand, and she died from complications of diabetes and not wanting to be on dialysis anymore. And oh, thank you, sis. Thank you for showing up because my heart hurts to talk about you. It does. She's here with me right now. I love you so much. Thank you for your presence right now. And I miss you dearly. I can't even tell you how much I miss you, but thank you for coming and sitting right next to me on this bed. Elissa is the reason I am who I am today. She's the reason that I am so strong. I'm a 2-time thyroid cancer survivor. I've got multiple GI chronic conditions that I need surgery for. I've got tumors in my lower intestines and a laceration in my lower intestines, and I pass blood for 2 to 3 hours at a time, and my bowels become uncontrollable. And the reason I'm sharing this with you all is to let you see that despite what I go through, I still keep pressing forward. Quiet as it's kept, I would say about 80% of my videos have been produced when I've been in the restroom having an episode. And I've been in and out the hospital a lot over these past few months, and the doctor's telling me you need to get these tumors and these hemorrhoids removed, otherwise you won't be able to walk, which I don't claim that at all. I still speak healing over my body because I have overcome and been strong because I had Elissa to be my example, watching her battle with diabetes and still having her faith, not giving up on God, not giving up on loving God, not giving up on encouraging people. And even at her services when she passed, they played Take Me to the King. And that song resonates with me. And every time it comes in my spirit, I know that's her with me. And there were so many people that I never knew looked up to my sis, because she was only 33 when she passed away. She was very young. And so many of the elders at the church and other kids as parents would talk about how she inspired them. And it made my heart warm to hear that it wasn't just me whose life she inspired, it was several. And so when people ask me, how do you keep going with all that you've been through? I mean, I've lost 5 babies to miscarriage as a result of Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disease that causes hyperthyroidism, same disease that Wendy Williams has. I was born with it. I didn't know it. So when I would get sick a lot when I was younger, and people would be like, oh, like people were like, oh, you're acting out. No, I was really battling this condition and just didn't know it. When I would have mood swings or be irritable, it's because Graves causes that. And so I wasn't diagnosed until I was in my mid to late 20s. And when they had did 13 biopsies on me within a 2.5 year period, y'all. 13 biopsies. Okay. And that's where they stick a needle, a very thick needle, by the way, in your neck and extract tissue and cells to evaluate them to find out if because I had 7 tumors on the left side of my thyroid, to find out if they're benign or malignant. So 2 of the 13 biopsies came back malignant. And I was very sick. I was losing a ton of weight, and I would vomit and have diarrhea at the same time every single day. And I would still go to work and work full time and act like nothing was wrong until my coworkers would be like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing to lose so much weight? You're wasting away. And like one of my coworkers said that, and she didn't know what I was going through because Scorpios were very private. Like I only told 2 people at my job, which was my boss and my boss's boss, so that they would understand why sometimes I'd be in the bathroom. And it would happen to me at work. I would have like diarrhea and start vomiting, and people would be like, ew, and they didn't know what I was going through until my boss asked me permission to tell the team. And then during the team meeting, they told everybody, and everybody was crying. And that was why I didn't want to tell anybody, because I didn't want all the, again, an empath. I don't want to feel all of their sympathy because then it makes me cry. So, but luckily that was a turning point in my career to where it led to me getting a lot of support. So I've been through a lot, and God and my ancestors have given me the strength to keep going. My babies that I lost have given me the strength to keep going because they're still with me. And that's why I look up to women like Jaguar, who have suffered a lot of loss, have experienced a lot of trauma, and found the strength and the resiliency to overcome it and still keep pushing forward and try to help other people. It takes an insurmountable amount of strength to be able to do that when you're going through it yourself. So again, shout out to Jaguar. Shout out to my sis Elissa that passed away in September. We celebrated her 10-year memorial this past September, which it still seems unreal that she's been gone for 10 years, but yet still with us. And she's with me right now in this room. So without further ado, I want to play this video clip. For those of y'all, this is what I'm going to do. In case the audio starts to go out, I'm going to share the link. That way, those that want to watch it, in your own time, you can go watch the video on YouTube. And I know it's a very long link, but I can't do anything about that. Y'all might just have to take a minute and actually fully write it down. So I'm trying to, improvise so that if the audio does glitch up, like I said, I got the captions on. I'm gonna post a link for each one of these videos. That way you can go look them up on YouTube yourself. And I'll even make sure that I copy and paste the title. That way, if the link is too long for you to type or put in your phone, you can just actually look the video up with the title. And this is the actual title of this video. So let's get started with this one.
They're monsters. They hurt people all the time. and think nothing of it. There are women there, men there, children. No women, no children. That used to be the gangsters' code. Do whatever you gotta do, but no women, no children. Of course, that's what made Star Island so great. Hop right off into Biscayne Bay, you right out there in the Caribbean.
Now, I want to stop it real quick to find out, can you guys hear the video or is the audio glitching? Can somebody let me know in the comments when I'm playing the video, can you hear the audio clearly or is it still glitching up? Because it seems like after about an hour into my live, the audio starts to glitch up. Can someone let me know if you can hear it okay? Oh, not my stomach being that loud. I'm gonna need you to calm down. I hope y'all ain't hear that. My stomach just growled loud. Okay, well, hopefully y'all can hear it.
Has anyone seen Ava Baloney? The little white girl that Diddy adopted.
Oh, I want to stop this real quick because, yeah, I don't know if y'all saw that video that was circulating on YouTube. What was it, a week ago? It was a live that Diddy did like right before he got arrested. And it had all of his sons in it and his stepson, Quincy, which Quincy is not his biological son. That's actually Albie Shore's biological son with Kim Porter, but he still calls him son because I guess he had a hand in helping to raise him. But that video was disturbing because, first of all, Diddy looked old as hell. Like, damn near all his hair was white and gray. And he's surrounded by all these kids and balloons trying to put on this persona like he's this happy-go-lucky man that loves all the kids. Yeah, you do love the kids, motherfucker, but in the wrong and the most inappropriate way. And the girl she's talking about, the little white girl, we haven't seen her since that live. Like, literally, I haven't seen her on Instagram. I haven't seen her on TikTok. I haven't seen her nowhere. And I was wondering myself, where did she go? And on top of that, during that live, he said, y'all, this is my white daughter. I adopted her. Why are you adopting other people's kids, bruh? Just like Justin Bieber, having Justin Bieber stay at his house for 48 hours and talking about we're going to go buck wild. It is so despicable how he says things in code with the arrogance of, I can do whatever the hell I want because I'm bigger than the law and I've never gotten caught until now. That video, that live, where he's feeding her what to say during the live and telling her to tell everyone how she's having such a wonderful time in his house. Why, as a single man, a single old man at that, what does a old gray hair ass nigga got to do having a bunch of kids around him? And he had a bunch of, I think there was like a dozen kids around him in that video. Then you got your sons on there doing PSAs saying my dad is not who they say they are. When your oldest son has been accused of SA from multiple women as well, including Love Jones, who is friends with Storm Monroe, gave her account of partying with Diddy's sons and said that she believed someone may have spiked her drink with ketamine or GHB because she blacked out. And she's like, the next thing I know, we were on a Sprinter and I don't know where we were going. So he's creating little diddlers to follow in his footsteps while creating content to try to make it seem like he's this lovable man that just loves the kids. But you're like tonight, you've been accused by a 13-year-old, you nasty motherfucker. You've been accused by a 9-year-old. You should not be allowed to have anybody's child around you. You are literally a sex offender who is under investigation and locked up right now. And you're locked up because they had enough proof to lock you up. So I love how Jaguar is speaking her truth. I love how Jaguar is fearlessly speaking out against it and not being afraid, because him and everybody like him, Jay-Z, all these nasty motherfuckers who have gotten away with this shit for decades, it's time for y'all to pay. Period, point blank. Black is Beautiful says glitch. Okay. Y'all, I'm gonna try my hardest to, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna play it, and if y'all can, just because again, this is a YouTube issue. I like I said, I've went into the dev tools and looked up the codecs for the audio. I've even looked up the encoder. There is nothing I can do to actually fix it. YouTube needs to fix this issue because it didn't start until this month. Like all of my previous lives where I showed video content and video clips that are on YouTube played smoothly. But up until the most recent update, which they did, I think on the 2nd or 3rd of October, now all of a sudden, everywhere when you play YouTube content, during a live, it just glitches up. So I apologize that it's glitching up, but it's not too much I can do about it. So hopefully y'all can hear most of what she's saying and just read the captions. And then again, I put the title in the comments so that this is the actual title of the live, of the video rather. And you can actually go look up the video and, watch it again if you would like. And then here is the link that I shared from the video as well. But I know it's like super duper long. So that's why I posted the title. That way you guys can go look it up. So thank you, Black is Beautiful, for letting me know that the audio is glitching, but I will try to play it.
Where you get from?
Oh, by the way, can y'all see the captions on your end? Can somebody let me know in the comments if y'all can actually see the captions when I am playing the videos?
Was she the pick of the litter?
Because her saying, where did she go? Was she the pick of the litter means, was she the pick of the litter to be transported for the purpose of SA? And I'm not going to lie to you, that was the energy I was feeling as an empath during that bullshit ass live that Diddy did about a week. He didn't do it a week ago. They posted it. It was circulating about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The first thing that crossed my mind when I saw him, putting the little white girl up there as the poster child for telling the world how his house was safe, and she's friends with I believe she's friends with one of his daughters or nieces or something like that, and I believe it was his niece, something like that, and having all the kids come on camera to say how they love being at his house and how none of the rumors about him are true. Sir, people who are not guilty don't go to such great lengths to prove their innocence, because the truth speaks for itself. So the fact that you had all these kids around you given PSAs to tell how safe you were and how they love being around you and they love being at your home, and now all of a sudden, like Jag is saying in this video, where the girl at? Because we ain't seen her nowhere. Not on social media, not on the internet, definitely not on, we ain't seen her on nowhere. And I believe that YouTube was a YouTube live, or no, it wasn't, because it had the comments in it. So I believe it was I think it might have been TikTok. We have not seen or heard from that girl, that little white girl, since that live and since that went viral. And I'm just like, in my spirit, honestly, I feel what Jag is saying. I really think that they took that girl. I do. And it's horrible and it's sad. And I want every single person connected to him, because he is locked up, but the people that were helping him are not, which means that they are still free to do the work while he's behind bars. So they need to get locked up too.
I hate when people choose not to believe me.
She said, I hate when people choose not to believe me, because again, Jag has been on the inside of this industry for over 30 years. She really has. And, she shared on the Pierce Morgan interview and on her own YouTube channel her truth about her role at the Diddy parties performing as a dominatrix, which dominatrix is they dominate men. Women will request it too, because I've been a female dom, but it's mostly men that request to be dominated by a dominatrix. But she has made it very clear that she never participated in any sort of SA trafficking. And when she started to witness that from different sex workers that were at these parties, that was when she got blacklisted, because she stood up for them and spoke out against it and refused to participate in it. And now we understand why they went on such a smear campaign against her, when she did start speaking her truth from like direct involvement in the freak offs. Like, she literally has said several times, yes, I was not only there, I participated as a dominatrix. That was my role, that was my position. So people calling her a liar when she clearly has said on more than one occasion that she was there and what she saw, and that different women that were sex workers had body cams on them. So there's footage and they know it. Diddy knows it. Jay-Z knows it. Ray J knows it. All these, Vlad, they all know it. That's why they're either A, being silent like Jay-Z, or two, trying to go on a smear campaign to make her out to be crazy or a conspiracy theorist, as we all saw on the Pierce Morgan interview when she spoke her truth, and then immediately following, Vlad followed up with the first thing he did was be completely dismissive of her and call her conspiracy theorist and talk about how she hasn't had a hit since 2001. Jaguar can sing, okay? SANG. She can sing her ass off, okay? So, Vlad, fuck you. Okay. I've never liked your motherfucking ass. You ain't nothing but a goddamn culture vulture using the Black culture for profitable gain to get clicks and views on your YouTube channel and want to act like you like niggas when you know you really don't. Fuck you, bitch ass motherfucker. I can't stand him. And I hated how he did that bullshit, going in on her and trying to make her out to be crazy and just talking cash money shit when you supposed to be a DJ. When the last time you DJ'd a fucking song? Never. I ain't never heard no shit you've ever DJ'd or produced, and got the nerve to be talking shit about her because he allegedly was one of the same men that was dominated by her. So when they don't want their truth to be exposed, oh, they will drag you for fills, straight up, to just make it seem like, oh, well, before she exposes my truth, let me go ahead and do a smear campaign against her. And everybody that watched that interview, hell, even white people was calling him a culture vulture and saying, yeah, the fact that his first response was to be dismissive and not show any sort of remorse or acknowledgement for the video that went viral of Diddy beating the fuck out of Cassie, everybody was like, yeah, we don't fuck with Vlad no more. So again, a hit dog will holla. In the minute that somebody knows that they're guilty, oh, they're gonna do that type of stupid hoe ass shit. So, like I said, fuck him and everybody else. Like she said, that are sitting up here trying to say she's lying or she's not telling the truth, because what they are essentially doing is they are basically allowing the predators that are still out there, like they said, silence is compliance. You're basically enabling other predators to do the very same thing. And under no circumstance should anyone have to live in fear of being trafficked, especially children, whether male or female, especially children. Children should be allowed to be innocent, period. They should be allowed to be innocent. They should not have to deal with, oh, well, I want to become a celebrity. I want to go into the music industry. So, let me go link up like Justin Bieber, his bright-eyed, bushy-tailed face, going to stay with Diddy for 48 hours. I kept saying, why do they have to stay? Has anybody ever asked that question? Why do these teenagers have to live with Diddy to become famous and to get put on? Why they can't just go to the studio? Why you can't just take them to the studio and record a few songs and they go home? Why do their parents have to give them over to you, Diddy? Why did Usher have to live with you for a whole year? And why did his parents have to sign over his legal rights to you in order for him to become famous? See, these are things that people never think of when they start calling people like Jaguar, who's a whistleblower, a liar. Those are kind of common sense questions that you would ask because it doesn't look right for a 10-year-old to be living with a 22-year-old. And Usher was 10 at the time he lived with Diddy. And I showed y'all on my previous lives that video clip with Usher, Diddy, and Kevin Hart, where Kevin Hart was interviewing Diddy at his house. And Kevin Hart wouldn't even sit on the bed. Diddy was like, yeah, man, don't sit in the bed. He said, I'm not. He was like, because I know what goes on in those beds. And he, even though he was joking, he was very serious. And then all of a sudden, Usher comes on screen, and Diddy's like, yo, this is my brother. You know, we used to wake up and fight over Frosted Flakes. Pause. Snitch on himself. Fuck you mean, pause. You just said we used to wake up, meaning y'all slept together. And he was all of 10 when he came to you. I just, for the life of me, I can't understand how people don't understand that Jaguar's not lying. When the proof is in the pudding, you can see it for yourself.
All this sympathy for the devil.
Now her faces are hilarious, but her message is real. She said all this sympathy for the devil. Exactly. The people who are like, oh, they're trying to bring a good black man down. The fuck? A good black man doesn't get accused of essaying children and adults and trafficking. A good black man wouldn't be sitting in jail right now, which means that there was enough proof and evidence for your ass to be locked up. I'm sick of seeing that shit, because even on some of the lives that Jag has done, there's people in the comments supporting this nasty motherfucker. Hell, there was people coming in on my lives, trolls, supporting him, that got banned from my channel because I don't play that shit. Especially as a survivor of SA, as a child, as an adult, molested for 3 years, 8 to 11 years old, raped as an adult twice, raped by my ex-fiance, then date rape later down the road by another guy who I trusted, that I was going out and actually dating. I know what it's like for someone to slip some shit into your drink and then you black out and don't know where the fuck you're at or how you got there. And all of a sudden somebody's on top of you and you like, what the fuck is going on? How did this even start? How did this even happen? Oh, it's happened to me, y'all. All right, let me plug in my charger and get off the damn screen. It's happened to me. So don't ever discredit someone else's experience just because you don't want to believe that one of your favorite artists is a damn monster and a disgusting person. Because that persona of perfection is there to deceive you. As I said on the last 3 lives I did, where we talked about spirituality, which we will cover tonight, Lucifer transformed to an angel of light, the great deceiver. So it would make sense that those who pledge to Lucifer as Freemasons would put on the same persona of perfection, but behind closed doors, you're doing disgusting things that defile the body, mind, and spirit, and sacrifice people's souls through forced penetration, whether vaginally or anally. That is literally what a blood sacrifice is, y'all. When you hear about people talking about sacrificing souls, it's through rape. And I know I'm not supposed to say that on YouTube, and I know I'm working to get monetized, but I need to be raw right now for people to get the intensity, the seriousness of these crimes. And as a woman who has survived that, it absolutely disgusts me that people support these disgusting ass men and even women who helped them to do it. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. It makes absolutely no sense to me. Other than the fact, like the Bible says, in the last days, perilous times shall come and men shall be lovers of themselves, meaning humanity shall be lovers of themselves, having their hearts seared with a hot iron and their consciousness no more. Do you know that at the Church of Satan, they perform a ritual where they erase your consciousness in order for those people to be able to do certain sacrifices, like sacrificing animals and children? Do you know that during a Masonic initiation, that one of the rites is to put black ashes over their third eye to erase their consciousness? Understand how that relates to those scriptures and see how we're living out that shit today with this very subject? Because anybody who can support the diddler and hazy hay and all the rest of these nasty motherfuckers, you are falling in line with some satanic ass shit. Satanic ritual abuse is real. I have been talking about this for well over a decade on my own platforms, especially on my Facebook pages. That shit is real. It's not no conspiracy. We're seeing it play out in real time. Should nobody have sympathy for a motherfucker that is locked up for doing nasty shit? And if you have children, think about if it was your child that got kidnapped and trafficked and ran through and gang raped. Imagine if it was your child. Would you still be defending and supporting this nasty ass motherfucker? I don't think you would. I think you'd be speaking out just like Jaguar is. So again, salute to Jaguar for speaking her truth.
They all want me to be a liar. So bad. They want me to be a liar. So bad. They want me to be a liar because they don't accept the truth. So this is the thing. It says in the last days that people will choose death over life. That's what it says.
Now that's crazy because I had forgot that she even said that, and I just said that. She was like, it says in the last days that people will choose the devil over truth, and that's the absolute truth. How can y'all look at Diddy? I mean, I guess everybody don't have the same gifts as me. I see so many spirits and demons on him. His eyes are always dark, even when he smiles. I don't understand it. Other than the fact that those are the people who in the last days are not the chosen. Those are they're really, honestly, they're descendants of the fallen angels. Anyone who resonates with that person and that energy, you are literally a descendant of a fallen angel. And that's why you're defending and feeling sympathy for a man who could do such disgusting atrocities, especially towards kids. I mean, like she said, the gangster rule back in the day, and it has been. I mean, hell, even back in watching the old school Western movies, women and children are off limits. Not anymore. The thing about children, the satanic ritual abuse with children, while I'm saying this, I'm going to actually show y'all, because this is stuff I've researched myself. I remember posting this on my old Facebook page that I ended up deactivating. I had a group that I started called The Truth Theory. It was a private group. And I talked about adrenochrome and what it's used for. And see, all online, let me show y'all, all online they call it a conspiracy, but that shit is not a conspiracy. It's really not. Okay. So basically, adrenochrome is okay. Please fuck all the way off. Get off my page. Adrenochrome. Yeah, the whole thing about Pizzagate and all that. The dark side of the industry when it comes to satanic ritual abuse involving children. If a child is being sexually abused, the energy that comes from that child is shock, fear, horror, okay? Those energies produce what's called adrenochrome. It's it's an energy frequency that literally can be harvested and drank, and supposedly it's called the fountain of youth. Yeah, hidden virality. The adrenochrome harvesting it's not a conspiracy, is a potent example of hidden virality and the ways in which okay, we're gonna go past the fuck shit. There we go. It's a compound that occurs in the body, and basically adrenochrome becomes a psychotropic akin to masculine. Basically, it gives them this fountain of youth. And so the more they abuse a child, the more that child produces adrenochrome. And it is said that the blood that is shed from a child when they're being abused contains adrenochrome, and allegedly they drink it to try to have infinite life on this planet, which
and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up.
that people would much rather reign in hell than serve God in and for heaven. It says, y'all think I'm heartless. I'm not. I'm heartbroken.
Okay. Can y'all hear it now? Can you hear it now? Somebody tell me if you can hear the audio or not. Because I can hear it on my end. Can you guys hear it? I'm checking on my phone. I can hear it on my phone. Can y'all hear it? Yeah, see, these powers think that they have some power, but they don't. On my end, I can hear it because I'm listening through my Bluetooth on my cell phone. I can hear myself speaking. Can y'all hear it? Okay. I need someone to respond and let me know if you can hear me. And I'm going to check because I can hear it. I'm in the YouTube app. I can actually hear myself speaking. I'm going to check my Facebook page. Joy, you might have to reload your device Because I can hear it on my end. I can hear it on my Facebook page, and I can hear it on my YouTube channel. Can somebody else who's watching tell me if you can hear it? Because I just reloaded StreamYard. Yeah, on both apps, I can hear myself speaking. Because I don't want to keep playing the video if y'all can't hear it. Like I said, see, this is what happens. The dark energies don't want people to speak their truth, so they really try to send energies to stop it. But like I said, ain't nothing about to stop me speaking my truth. And there are planets in retrograde right now too. But I need someone that is tuning in. Put in the comments yes or no if you can hear the audio. Because if you can't hear it on your device, you might need to reload, like relaunch your app, especially since my laptop power had died. That's why I refreshed. I'm using StreamYard. I refreshed the web page, and I'm even checking on my Just D Show Facebook page. Yeah, I can hear it on my end because I got my Bluetooth hooked up to my cell phone. I can hear it on both of my Facebook pages, and I can hear it on my YouTube channel. So I'm going to keep moving forward. But like I said, people need to understand that Jaguar's not lying. She's not. She's definitely telling the truth.
"20 years, I've been warning people, telling people there's danger there, don't go." And then when I was
She said, 20 years I've been telling people and warning people, telling them not to go, and they still go.
would get the phone calls, "Can you help my friend?"
And just even her telling this story is heartbreaking. You know, her saying, getting phone calls from other women asking, "Can you help my friend?" And that's the other thing. Jonathan Hay talked about that. He said once he started coming forward, so many victims reached out to him and contacted him and asked for his help. You know, could he help to rescue them that had been trafficked and that were being sought after. Hold on, give me a second. Because yeah, when I'm listening on my phone, I even hear the video clear. I don't hear it glitching up. So I don't know, y'all. You might have to reload it.
They got her. Where was she at last? Who is she with last? When I think about the girls who I spent time with in jail in Miami, who were there for traffic, transferring. One of the girls, British girl. She wanted to be a singer and a songwriter, and she thought she was going to be able to make her way into the industry by being a video girl. 7 years ago, they were fit to put her on the registry for life. She was, her passport was taken. She was kept in containers. And that was back in 2016. She was the one that told me about the girls we got off of Epstein Island. She had been there.
Did y'all hear that? She said she was one of the girls we got off Epstein Island. This is why I salute you, Jag. Jag has been fighting the good fight and literally participating in rescuing victims. Even after losing her son, and really because she lost her son. That's what she talked about. She said losing him made her become an even more intense advocate to help rescue other young men and women, because she doesn't want what happened to her son to happen to them. It's literally the strength of God that she even has the mindset and the heart to do that. I've lost 5 to miscarriages. I've never lost a living child. I really, truly could not imagine what that feels like. And then to find the strength to keep moving forward after losing your mind, and then still using your energy to not only become a whistleblower, knowing that the whole entire industry is going to come against you, especially these men in power, but that people will defend them and then make you out to be the terrible person. That's why I salute her so much. It's her strength that is amazing, and it's her strength that enables her to even continue to do this. And I'm glad to hear her involvement with rescuing women and young girls from Epstein Island. That's exceptionally commendable. Just like on the last the live with her and Orlando Brown, when he said, you know, there was a lady that had even told him, you know, Jaguar had helped her with her rent, and, you know, no one better not ever say nothing negative about her. She's a real one. She is. I can tell, I can feel it. And so I really hope if Jack sees this, just keep going, love. No matter what they say about you, no matter what they do, you're literally doing God's will and fulfilling God's purpose for your life.
Nobody cared. She was 17 when she came to the U.S. to appear in a Rick Ross video. And the next thing you know, they had her running girls. They got busted, and she had to take the rap. Everyone else was protected by the authorities. Bringing down our black men. You want to know the greatest enemy of the black community? A disloyal black person.
She's absolutely right. And it's been that way since slavery. Hence the Uncle Toms. that helped the slave masters to capture and kill slaves. It's still the same mentality, just modern day. And in this case, the slavery is in the industry of sexual abuse. As much as I love us, at times we can truly be our own worst enemy. We really can. And that does, stem from the Willie Lynch mentality. Let's make a slave. Crabs in a barrel, crabs in a bucket, fuck it. If you're gonna, I'm not gonna let you make it out because I can't. And that's very sad, actually.
It's the greatest enemy. They look like us. They come from our neighborhoods. They grow up with the same struggles. They put on a persona, and then we want to believe them, right? Because they're like us. They represent us, right? But they're not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. So many of these people in the industry that I know, that I've known, they not like us. They not like us.
See, and it breaks my heart to see the sadness on her, as she's talking about this. It really does. Because I can see and feel how heartbroken she is even doing this video. I send healing to Jag. I send energy of healing and love and peace and strength to Jaguar Wright right now. Because her walk, her journey, her purpose is not an easy one. But she's doing what she feels and what I even feel is the Most High's will for her to do, which is to speak the truth no matter what and help those who are still in danger, who have been transferred and don't know how to get out.
The dream running around, transferring girls in Beyonce and Jay-Z's name. Like, what is it that you people need to hear? There's an old song by Dinah Washington called What a Difference a Day Makes. What a difference a tape makes. Everyone said I was lying. Everyone said I was wrong. Everyone said Diddy was God. And he'd never fall. And I was going to end up ruined. They gave it a good shot. Jay-Z and Diddy. But see, Jay-Z, it's time.
I see a lot of trauma on Jag still. My God, I can feel it. Yeah. Jay-Z did yeah. He did that shit. He did that shit to her. As an empath, like I said, we feel feelings, and as a clairvoyant, we see pictures of events. We hear sounds and noises and words and conversations. And as a psychic, definitely that telepathic shit is real. Holy angels of light, Please go to Jaguar Wright. Heal her heart chakra right now. Heal her solar plexus. And above all, heal her mind. She has suffered enough. Enough trauma. Enough is enough. They took her son for speaking her truth. And Jay-Z, from what I'm seeing, feeling, and hearing, tried to take her life through abuse. And she survived. But what I'm feeling is so heavy that I'm asking you to go to her, send the comforter to her, send love, peace, healing, joy. Lift the heavy burden off of her, because she's doing what she's supposed to do. And her son has showed up in my room again. Hello, young king. Please go to comfort your mother. Because what I'm feeling right now is guilt for the one she couldn't help, for the one she couldn't rescue. But Jag, you rescued so many. You helped so many. And even right now, you're helping so many simply by using multiple platforms to speak your truth. So I need you to release that guilt, my love. Because you have done as much as you could do, and you have done more than what others in the industry who also knew about it have done. So please release that guilt and understand that you are walking in your purpose and you're doing exactly what you're supposed to do.
It's just time for people to stop believing fairy tales. These people are monsters. The people they consort with are monsters. They do monstrous things, and they do it with government protection. See,
exactly. For those who were in the chat on the Too Strong Live that I watched the other night saying, well, how do we know it's true? You know, how could they have gotten away with it for so long? Because spiritual wickedness in high places, those in government who have done it with them, protect each other. I told y'all, hell, even at the parties I would go to, you know how many government officials would be at those parties? Swinging and shit? Into kink? Getting bent over and strapped and pegged? Got wives and children? Don't want people to know them by name, even though I do? This is a perfect example of the scripture I've been calling out, Ephesians 6:10-13, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness. These government officials are rulers of darkness, and they are spiritual wickedness in high places. See, everybody likes to quote the scripture and be religious, but when you start to live it, and you start to have true knowledge of it, and you start to see it play out in real time, in real life, that is having the true knowledge. Seeing men who are diabolical get away with shit that they definitely shouldn't be allowed to. Simply because they got people in high places protecting them and participating in it with them who don't want to be exposed as well.
I can think of a few people that also need to be charged for all of this that no one's talking about.
Exactly.
The federal agents who've been monitoring Diddy and Jay-Z all this time while they've been informing How dare you say that there are heroes? How dare you say that they're great black men that everyone's jealous of and wants to take, that they're thieves, they're liars, they're monsters. That's not great. And it's only great in the devil's eyes.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying before. They're sitting up here calling them great black men, and y'all trying to take down great black men. They're not great black men. They are devils in disguise, wolves in sheep clothing. And I'm pretty sure in that necklace are some ashes from her son. I feel that. I couldn't really see it, but that looked like a pendant, a penchant. Let me see. That looked like a penchant, and I think that might be her, what remains of her son's ashes in there, which explains why Giovanni just showed up in my room.
Thieves, they're liars, they're monsters. That's not great. And it's only great in the devil's eyes. You know,
that is grief that I'm seeing on Jag. What was the date of this video? 9 days ago. What's today? The 23rd. Okay, so this was on the 14th. Yeah, that's grief. She's still grieving, y'all. And that's what I mean. Like, she's still grieving the loss of her son. Losing a parent or a child is something you never actually get over. It's just something that you learn to cope with over time. But me being an empath, clairvoyant, psychic, when I tell you I can feel your feelings, I can feel her feelings. And yes, she's strong for us, but she is heavy hearted. Her heart is so heavy. And it's still mending because it shattered her entire soul when she lost her son. For people that have made fun of Jaguar when she publicly had her mental breakdown after losing her son, when I watched that video, all I had was compassion for her. And even then, I prayed for her. And it made me cry to see and feel what she felt, and to have people exploit her. Like I told y'all before, demons exploit your vulnerabilities. At the time, she was her most vulnerable because, like she said, she tried to save him. She moved him. She hid him, and they still found him and got him. And her son was young when they took him from her. I believe he was in his 20s. He said 25, I think. 25 or 27, I believe. A whole lot of life left to live, all because of her exposing shit that shouldn't have happened in the first fucking place. Let's start there. For all the motherfuckers calling her a liar and saying she's a conspiracy. None of this shit should have happened to anyone, to anyone's child, to any of these young girls, to any of these young boys, to any of the adult ones, to Kathy, to Aaliyah. My God, to so many. It shouldn't have happened. So the only way somebody can defend monsters like this is because they're just like them. Just like the trolls that were popping up in my lives that got banned from my channel. Don't you ever come to my live and defend Diddy or Jay-Z or any other person accused of SA and raping people. Don't do it. I will block and ban you so quick. Because I don't give a fuck about likes and subscribes. Yeah, I want to grow my channel, but not to the extent where I'm going to allow nasty motherfuckers to be in my shit commenting in defense of this shit, especially when it happened to me more than once. So I know firsthand what it feels like to be that survivor of this type of shit. It's mind-blowing. It is truly mind-blowing. Joy, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad the audio's back for you, love. Like I said, I started listening through my Bluetooth ear set on my cell phone. I've been playing my YouTube app, and then I went on to both of my Facebook pages because Instagram automatically disconnects after an hour. So, and I was able to hear it there. So yeah, thank you for letting me know. And I always go back and watch them from the beginning. I'll watch this live from the beginning to make sure that the audio is going through. Thank you for that. But yeah, like I said, her strength is amazing.
How many times I've tried to go to the authorities, including the feds, and report all of this. And they laughed me out the building. And then a witness showed up, see. The very government that allowed these very piece of shit ass niggas to run around this country using something as precious as entertainment and music and sound to destroy generations of women and men and children.
That's the exact reason right there. That is the exact reason they tried to make her out to be crazy. And like I said, use her most vulnerable moment to publicly humiliate her and then have her locked up in a mental institute. Because everyone discredited everything she had been saying when that happened publicly. And they kept locking her up and they kept provoking her. And when she would become enraged, they would put the camera on her. Like I said, I've been following Jag. I've seen everything she's talked about. I've watched it. I watched how they did her. And I never once, even then, when they had her locked up in the mental institute and put her on all those pills, and she was, as people saying, talking crazy. I knew in my heart, I was like, that woman is not crazy, bro. They're trying everything they can do to silence her outside of unaliving her. And Dave Chappelle said that years ago. He said the quickest way to get people to stop believing someone is to call them crazy. Because calling someone crazy automatically makes them become what their word is, dismissive. And that's the same thing that Vlad did during the Piers Morgan interview. So if anyone is quick to be dismissive of what Jag is saying, it's because they've been involved and they're guilty and they don't want to be exposed.
Do I feel vindicated? No. I won't feel vindicated until every victim, including the children, come forward. Because apparently that's what it's going to take. Apparently the world needs to see monsters behaving like monsters on camera.
And that's sad that with as many people that have come forward, over 120 victims, that people still don't believe it. So it's like what needs to happen? Y'all actually want to see the recordings before you'll believe it? Do you understand how that will traumatize even you to see some shit like that? Hell, when I was in the BDSM lifestyle and that was consensual play, there was certain things I couldn't see. There were certain activities that people requested that was too much even for me. Because again, I've been abused and stuff. Like, I don't understand how people can still try to deny what's right in front of their faces.
So you see Diddy on camera, and now, okay, he may be bad in some of your eyes, maybe with the shit that you've seen. And now the things that the authorities have no choice but to report on. What about the victims? I want every last one of you ignorant piece of shit ass niggas that sit on these YouTube channels and call in talking about, oh, it's speculation. You know what? I hope somebody speculates on your daughter. Because it's always assholes like you who got a daughter who's probably being screwed over by one of your friends, but because you're in a big business, they'll say, oops. Only.
And that's some real shit. That's some real shit, though. I know for a fact, and I'm going to just say this shit, and I don't care who gets mad. There are people right here in Houston who I know in real life, who we follow each other on social media, and all these niggas got daughters. And when the shit first came out about Cassie, every last one of them nasty motherfuckers was defending Diddy and saying, oh, I don't believe her. It's a money grab. And I'm like, bruh, I know you in real life outside of social media. How the fuck you gonna say some shit like that and you got a daughter? Like, what if it was your daughter that was essayed or transferred traffic, whatever, whatever. I don't know how I'm supposed to politically say it for YouTube. I'm still learning that shit. But what if it was your kid? Would you still be saying it's a money grab? What if your own daughter came to you and said, someone essayed her years ago and she was ashamed to tell you? You would feel like such a piece of shit. And I ain't gonna lie, I lost respect for every last one of them when I seen them in the comments saying that shit. And a few of them, I'm going to just say it, I felt a pedophile spirit on some of y'all when I met you. Some of y'all, I felt a rapist spirit on when I met you. That's why I don't fuck with y'all. That's why I fell back from even coming around. Because if I feel the energy does not lie. It's there. Especially with what happened to me as a child and adult. If I feel that spirit on you, it's because it's there. It ain't no speculation. Empath, clairvoyant, psychic. It is there. And yes, you can smile and you can even talk about God and you can post positive things. But if you're a part of the same society that these nasty motherfuckers are, I look at you sideways. And some of y'all are. Some of y'all are Masons and have told me to my face that you are. And you carry the same fucking energy as Diddy. And you got a fucking daughter, you nasty motherfucker. I can't even act like or pretend like I don't see or feel that shit when I be around your ass. That's why I don't really be around your ass. People be like, you don't really be coming out. Nah, for what? For what? I'm not fake. I'm not gonna fade the funk. For what? And on top of that, I don't need you to succeed. Because, yeah, I know about some of the conversations y'all have had about me. Baby, I don't need you to succeed. I succeed all by myself because I'm real and authentic and I'm a hard worker. Only a predator protects another predator. Only a predator or a person with that energy will sit up and say, well, it's not that bad. And then one of them I seen was like, well, if they were there, then they were an accomplice. Just shut your stupid ass up. Because again, you got a daughter. And I'm not condoning any sort of violence ever. But I understand the mentality behind what she just said. Speculate when it's your child. When it's your child coming to you and saying what some man did to them, will you say it's speculation? Because, you know, there's parents out there that don't be believing their kids when their kids do tell them. Even in my own family, that's happened. Go tell a parent what happened to you, they don't believe you. So guess what? The person continues to get away with it. Then all of a sudden that particular child starts to think that that inappropriate relationship with their father is normal. So the parents of the children are just as guilty. No, you may not have participated in being a predator. You may not have participated in the essay, but if you knew about it and you did not do anything, then your silence was literally compliance, meaning you allowed it to happen to your own child. So the more I see these people I've met in real life, commented on Instagram and on Facebook and on TikTok and even on YouTube, defending these nasty motherfuckers, I will not be around your ass at all. I don't care I don't care what you DM me, what you say, what you post, what you invite me to, parties, events. I'm not coming. I'm not. Because I'm not one of them females that wants to be famous. I don't give a fuck about fame. I give a fuck about being heard. All fame does is invite a whole bunch of strangers into your life to interject their opinions and don't even fucking know you. I have no desire to be famous. I have every desire to be successful and authentic and real and to reach people, to help them heal. That is my purpose on this earth. And I will never ever be a follower because I've always been a leader. And leaders stand alone. We aren't the sheep that follow. We are the black sheep that becomes a shepherd and leads. Jaguar Wright is a shepherd leading people to safety. And those diabolical men don't want her to rescue their victims because they want to be able to continue to abuse them for the sake of satanic ritual abuse, for the sake of appeasing Baphomet and Molech. Molech is the god that they sacrifice children to. And I will show you those details on my next live. The research that I've actually done, just like I did last night. See, the lives where I start going deep into the real shit, people jump off of them. But then there's others that catch the replay that are thanking me for the content. If I was concerned about being famous, my whole entire YouTube channel would be nothing but gossip with no facts and no proof and no receipts and no research like everybody else's that sit up and just give their opinions with no actual receipts and or experience in what we're talking about. And I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor of sexual abuse. I'm a survivor of rape. I'm a survivor of being date raped. It's very personal for me. I don't have to know these young women and men who this has happened to resonate with them and to feel empathy for them. I've never met Jaguar in real life. I hope one day that I can. I would love to meet her and actually sit down and talk with her privately off camera. But I'm grateful for the communication we had on Sunday, because I feel this woman. I've been feeling her since I've been following her. She's a miracle. Jaguar Wright, you are a miracle. If no one else has told you that, I'm telling you, you are an absolute miracle. What you have been through, the trauma, the abuse, the things that you've witnessed and seen. So do not beat yourself up and feel guilty for the ones you couldn't rescue. You have done the very best you can, and you're helping people right now. There's going to be other young women and men that are going to see these videos that are going to come forward. They just need to know that they're going to be safe if they come forward. Because like Jonathan Hayes said, he was afraid to come forward for fear of his life. And now that I think about it, I do want to show y'all a couple of these other videos. So this is the one I caught the other day. Wasn't it like day before yesterday? Yeah, oh, it was. Yeah, it was. This is by Too Strong. And these two men were doing an interview and allowing her to do a live question and answer. And this particular young lady asked Jag, is it true that Jay-Z was inappropriate with you, or can you talk about that? So that's the question she's about to answer.
Okay. Let's move to the next one. Jag,
Sure.
is it true that Jay-Z was inappropriate with you, or can you talk about that?
There are certain things that I can say and I can't say. See, what everybody wants me to do is come out with my victim story. Everybody wants me to talk about all of the terrible details, and then people will start weighing in about whether or not I'm going to sue. Am I going to do the lawsuit like Cassie? Am I this? That? And your typical person would. I'm not typical. Whatever happened between me and Mr. Carter happened between me and Mr. Carter. Like I've said on several occasions, everything that he's done to me, he also has on tape. Whether he did it himself or sent one of his friends to do it. Hi, Tata. What I can say is this. The only thing I'm interested in collecting is all of the money he's been stealing from me for over 15 years now. It's in the tens of millions. I want my bread, G. And everything like all the rest of that, we'll settle up. We'll settle up. But my victim story isn't to be exploited, and I'm not going to use it for financial gain.
And that's why I have such a high respect for her. Because after all the years that she has been speaking out against this, she never once has used what's happened to her in an effort of exploitation. I don't feel in my spirit that Cassie speaking her truth was to exploit Diddy. That was Cassie getting justice after all these years. And all the men that were calling Cassie a liar probably felt like complete shit when that video went viral of Diddy stomping her and beating her to the point where she pissed on herself. Like I said, Scorpios, we're silent observers. We observe everything. And I have followed her, as I told y'all. Thank you, Joy. I have followed Jaguar ever since the first time I saw her on Storm Monroe's channel. And to me, she's always felt authentic. And, you know, a lot of people have called her a liar. Hell, even Claudia Jordan called her a liar. Because she, you know, put it out there that Claudia allegedly dated Diddy because of those photos that surfaced from Claudia's old MySpace page. And I don't know, you know, if that's true or not. But what I do know is that Claudia definitely made an effort to drag Jag and threatened to sue her and, you know, all this other stuff. This is the link for this interview, the interview that I'm playing now. I know it's super long, but you can always take a screenshot and then type it, or you can just type in the title of it and, you know, watch the full live on, you know, in your own time. I will say this. Everyone who is or has come for Jaguar, you should be very careful. Like I told y'all last night, be careful how you handle the chosen. Because that's karma for your ass. I met Claudia last November, my birthday weekend here in Houston, when her and Funky Dineva and Al Reynolds came to the Fox Soul because they were going to syndicate the show and have a live studio audience. And she even invited me. When I met her, her spirit was very kind, very much a sweetheart, very down to earth. And her and I had a conversation about our experiences surviving rape. And we connected. But when she started coming for Jag, I saw her in a different light. I saw that vindictive, angry side to her that people who have worked with her directly and who have worked with her in the industry have talked about. And that comes from an unhealed place within her that I hope one day she heals. I don't have anything against Claudia. I'm just using her as an example because she has called Jaguar a liar simply because Jaguar put that out there, that it was alleged that Claudia dated Diddy. And so that's why I even covered that on a few lives ago. I was like, well, Claudia, I mean, you did take pictures with this nigga and you are sitting on his lap. I mean, I've never sat on the lap of a platonic male friend. I've only sat on the laps of men that I dated and or was fucking. Let's keep it 1,000. Like, most women don't sit on the laps of men that. And she said, well, you know, at the time I was just a fan and I wanted more views from my MySpace page. You were a video vixen. I mean, the explanation to me didn't quite add up because you dated Genuine, you dated Jay-Z, publicly, openly said you dated Jay-Z. I mean, you've dated quite a few men in the industry. But all of a sudden you're a fan when you were a part of the same industry as Diddy. It just, I'm sorry, love, it's my opinion, that don't add up. And as a woman who has survived sexual abuse, how can you discredit Jaguar's experience simply because you didn't like her saying that you dated Diddy? See, the terminology "a hit dog will holler" seems to be a trend amongst the music industry and Hollywood and the whole entire industry, because most people don't vehemently defend themselves to something that they know isn't true about themselves. And again, that's my opinion. Do I have any proof? No. But based off the photos that I saw, as I said before, Claudia looked very intimate in the pictures. Fans would take a picture standing next to the artist, not sitting on their lap. Because I know I ain't sitting on no nigga's lap unless I'm sitting on his, you know what I'm saying, sitting on his lap. You feel me? I'm only sitting on his lap if I'm sitting on his eggplant. Let's keep it a stack. That's me. I ain't saying that that's what she did. I'm saying that's how it looked. And when Claudia did the Pierce Morgan interview, she said that. She said, I was not as stupid like Claudia to take a picture with a monster. And she, I mean, Jag was at the freak off parties performing as a dominatrix. You don't see no pictures of her sitting on Diddy's lap. And quite as kept, she probably strapped Diddy. I mean, hell, I could see it. I could definitely see Diddy requesting to get strapped. Definitely. He fits the type. I told you I've pegged men. He fits the type that'll ask for it and don't want the public to know. A lot of married men love getting strapped and pegged and still call themselves heterosexual because it's not a man penetrating their ass. It's a female. So they'll tell you, I'm not gay. I'm just saying. That's my opinion about it.
Which is why I decided to do things the way I'm doing them. Because as a victim, I can speak for other victims. I can advocate for them.
Right.
I can share enough pieces of my story publicly so they can hear it and know, hey, he did the same thing to me. It wasn't just me, because the thing that Mr. Carter is very good at doing is convincing people that they're the only one.
And that is what all predators do. That's literally what they do. It's the mind fuckery of it all. It's the mental conditioning to keep you in a state of accepting abuse. When I found out that my former stepfather raped his own biological brother after he got exposed and arrested for statutory rape of the 15-year-old he slept with in his mom's bed, I didn't know how to look at him the same. Then finding out all the women at our church he slept with. I remember my mom taking us with her when I was still in high school, when I was still at home, to look for her husband and finding his car, not at his hotel job, but at certain members of our church's houses at midnight, because he had an overnight auditor job at a hotel. Perfect job for a whore and a predator. And when the children of those women who he fucked in front of them, because they told me, when they became adults, when we started hanging out again and stuff, yeah, your stepdad fucked my mom in front of us in the living room. We were all sitting there watching TV and they were having sex like we weren't there. Then proceeded to try to approach some of the kids, y'all. In one of the families, their stepfather, who was the deacon at our church, had kitty corn and was producing kitty corn with those same children, forcing them to do sexual acts with each other and taping it. So not only was I raised with a predator, there were predators in our church that came to church and smiled and praised God and shouted and caught the Holy Ghost, as they say. Faithful members of the church. But behind closed doors, full-blown predators, full-blown abusers. These people look so normal until the kids start talking. And the kids don't talk until they're adults and their minds are gone. That's why the shit that some of them kids got into, I was not even finna judge them. When they came and told me that, I broke down in tears. I said, why didn't you tell me? Even if you didn't want to tell your parents, you could have told me. I would have got you help. See, I know what it feels like to carry that guilt, Jag. To find out later down the road that members of my own church, these kids were like my little brothers and sisters, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? The guilt. Damn, I couldn't rescue them for that. From my own stepdad, their pastor, my pastor. I couldn't rescue them from their stepfather. And their mother was his main side bitch. Had the nerve to inbox me on Facebook a few years ago and asked about my mom. I said, bitch, fuck you and go to hell. Because I'm grown now. I can say what the fuck I want to say. I ain't no kid no more. I ain't no teenager no more. was like, you fucked my stepdad at the church, at the house, in front of your kids, you nasty bitch. Then you wonder why your oldest daughter kept running away and ended up in group homes. You wonder why your middle daughter turned out to be bisexual. You wonder why your youngest daughter turned out to be bisexual and had a whole bunch of babies by a whole bunch of different men. Because they saw you being a whore. While being married to their stepfather. Being a full-blown whore with their pastor. Who fucks a man in front of their children? And she fucked her own cousin. That's why my stepdad was at their house to counsel with her behind her childhood trauma. Because she literally, and she talked about it in church. She testified about how she used to be such a slut and fucked her cousin. And the next thing you know, she's fucking my stepdad while he's married to my mom. And my mom can't find her husband, so she's taking us with her at midnight to go look for her husband and finding this bitch and this nigga at the church fucking. See, I know what this shit is like. This diabolical bullshit. It makes no sense. And people defended my stepdad. They didn't want to believe it. Not my pastor. Yes, bitch. Public registered sex offender until the day he dies. And he has a new church with the white bitch he cheated on my mom with. Because he cheated with damn near all the women at our church. The one I'm talking about is black. And Markeisha, you know who I'm talking about in Hastings. Markeisha knows who I'm talking about. Miss Hart, you fucking slut. I'm going to call you out by name. You a fucking slut. You destroyed our church, our family, and had the nerve to hit me up on Facebook acting like we could be cool. Fuck you for the rest of your life. Because, see, I was the daughter that saw my mother's breakdown behind your ass, being a hoe ass bitch. I witnessed my mother have a mental breakdown and try to unalive herself because of your ass. And you had the nerve to spread your legs in front of your kids. Fuck you for life. People talking about forgive. Fuck that bitch. I don't give a damn. I'm grown as shit now. Talking about, well, you know, God says we have to forgive and forget. I ain't gonna never forget. You know what it's like to watch your mom have multiple mental breakdowns and try to unalive herself multiple times in front of you behind a nigga that's nasty as hell, that's a whole predator and a fucking whore? Incest? See, I've seen a lot of shit. I was a teenager when this shit happened. Then people wonder why the fuck I don't fuck with churches. I've seen way too much bullshit. Pastors' kids go through a lot of shit. You see a lot of shit that you can't talk about. You know a lot of shit that you can't talk about. I'm talking now. I don't give a damn who gets mad. Fucking bitch is a goddamn slut. Always has been. Ain't gonna get up there and brag about fucking her first cousin. Bitch, you nasty as hell. That's why my stepfather picked her, because he knew she's an easy target. It was all at our house, all up in my mom's face, pretending to love her. And, oh, I just love you so much. And, you know, I just want to be over here to help so much. No, ho, you wanted to be over there because you was spreading it. You was spreading it low. You was spreading it low. These types of people don't have a conscience. I remember when I was exploring the BDSM lifestyle and I was labeled as a hedonist. And a hedonist is someone who enjoys pleasure. A true hedonist, though, enjoys pleasure no matter who the fuck it is. And that is not me. I enjoy pleasure with the person I choose. And I'm celibate right now, so I ain't chose nobody. But back then, yeah. There are women who will give themselves to men simply because of the position of authority that they hold. Because my former stepdad, in my opinion, I never understood why my mom was with him. I'm like, that nigga is ugly as hell. Talking about like Wesley Snipes. Maybe Wesley Snipes on crack. I mean, I didn't understand. I was like, apparently he must have had some good shit, all the bitches he was fucking. I never thought he was good enough for my mom. I told my mom that when she decided, I said that he ain't even good enough for you. Why are you with him? But as I grew older and went to therapy, I realized her attraction to him was a trauma bond because my grandmother had just died. My grandma had died like 6 months before they started dating. And he was still legally married, going through a divorce. And my mom was like, no, they were divorced. I said, nah, Uncle James said they were going through a divorce. That's why my former stepsisters hated my mom, because they felt like my mom broke up their marriage, but their mother and him had actually been separated for like 2.5 years where they were divorced. They were like, I think, a month from their divorce being finalized. But regardless, like, you know, when you've seen the type of corruption that Jag is talking about up close and personal, yeah, that shit is fucked up, bro. Like, it's very fucked up. And motherfuckers act like you supposed to forgive and forget. I'm a Scorpio. It's in our nature to hold grudges. I don't hold a grudge against Tracy Hart. I'm gonna just say your name publicly because I don't give a fuck. I just don't fuck with you. And I never will. I forgave you and my stepfather years ago. But the fuckery y'all did that y'all caused my mom, I almost lost my mother behind you being a whole entire slut. And my mom don't even speak to me right now because of me speaking my truth. I love her, but she doesn't. I will always love her. She's my mother. I've seen what she's been through. And I pray for my mom every day. Because people have judged her. I said, as her child, watching her go through this shit, I don't have respect for none of you hoes that fuck my stepdad, knowing what the fuck was going on. And I definitely don't have respect for the wife he's married to now, because she's the main one that aided and abetted in him being a predator to young girls. She helped to traffic young girls to him while he was on the run from the police when the girl he slept with turned him in for statutory rape. And the last time I saw her, she was like, can you forgive me? I said, I forgave you years ago, but I have no respect for you. You are a slut and you are a whore. You fucked my stepdad in my parents' bed and left evidence, your hair, your DNA, intentionally to fuck with my mom. And again, my mom had multiple mental breakdowns. So people don't understand the other side of trauma when you're the wife of the man who's the predator and the whore. And how it affects the children who have to witness a predator exhibit predatory behavior. When I tell y'all that this shit is personal, I absolutely mean it. And what I'm saying tonight is very much just the tip of the iceberg from my own experience. Everyone needs to show the highest respect for Jaguar Wright putting her life on the line to speak her truth. Because it's definitely not an easy thing for her to do. And I highly commend you, Jag. I highly commend you. And like I said, I salute you for being a shero, a true shero, and actually rescuing victims of these diabolical men. I really do.
For the good or for the bad.
So
And that's
someone
really
had
all
one
I
other
have to say
question.
about that.
Someone had a
Yeah.
question about Eminem. Has he
All right, so that video, that's really all I wanted to share on that. We're going to move on to Jonathan Hay. because it is getting late and I got to get up. Jonathan Hay, again, is a producer and a publicist. He was Rihanna's publicist during Pon de Replay. And he has worked very closely with Diddy and Jay-Z, Drake, and many other very well-known artists. And I definitely want to play this clip because, one, because of him speaking his truth, and two, because of the homage that he paid to Jaguar.
Before we do that, Jonathan, just, again, you.
Oh, and by the way, I remember y'all, I told y'all that they gave a copyright strike to the Real Life Productions YouTube channel. So when that happens, you can't post for up to a week. So what they did is they started posting to their other channel, which is Real Life Street Stars clips. So that's why these are like short clips and not the full, interviews.
You've been in the industry and you've seen it. I'm just curious, based on the way things, the trajectory of what's happening, just honestly, what do you feel is next? Are there other players that will get involved? What do you see coming next? Just seeing how this is going right now.
Jay-Z indicted.
Wow.
I mean, there's no way that he can't, right? Jay-Z's business partners, 2 of them are in prison. Diddy, R. Kelly, and then you have Weinstein, 3. And then Jay-Z's been accused of all these things. Jay-Z's going down, and it's curious. I'm real curious to see what's going to happen with Beyonce in that situation.
Definitely. With that being said, Jonathan, again, you speaking your truth, man, it's powerful things, man. It's powerful things. Is there a message you'd like to get out there to either the media, the victims, to the victimizers? Is there any message that you'd like to get out, just as far as just to close it out?
Yeah, I mean, nobody has disproven Jaguar Wright, and people feel real threatened by her because she can communicate so well. She can speak better than anybody like I've ever heard. The way her inflections and her cadence and her speech, so she can really bring a point home. And I think that she's been one of the main components that have brought down Diddy. And now she's after Jay, who she's also.
And I absolutely agree with Jonathan. That's why that interview, the first one I reviewed with her and Jonathan, that was on the Real Life Productions channel, where she's on the blue couch and she's in the outfit I showed y'all at the beginning of the live on her internet page or her internet website, where she's looking very queenish, very much in her queendom energy. She said during that live, she said, see, what makes me so dangerous is that I've been in this industry since I was 13. That speaks in and of itself that she entered the industry at 13 as a minor. And she was signed to Jay-Z's label. Jaguar has been intimately involved in the music industry. And when I say intimately involved, I mean she's been up close and personal in the music industry. Well before she explored the kinky side and the freak off, she just was a kid in the music industry wanting to be, famous and wanting to be successful. And that's why she's such a threat to Jay-Z. That's why she's such a threat to Diddy and to all the other men who have and are being accused, because she's been around them. And she does speak well. When she talks, she captivates the audience. She is the perfect person to be speaking her truth about all of this, because she is fearlessly speaking, whereas a lot of other people are too afraid to say anything. She is not. because she doesn't want what happened to her and her son to happen to other people, to happen to other children. And it takes a certain amount of fearlessness to be able to even do that, knowing the power that these people have behind them.
Been after, but I've joined forces with her, right? I'm a soldier for her cause. Like, I believe in it because I know, because I've
Absolutely, Jonathan. And I am too. I really am. The first time I when I saw or heard about the Pierce Morgan interview, I was so proud of her. I was like, finally, someone on mainstream media is taking her serious and not calling her crazy and not calling her a liar and not calling her a conspiracy theorist, when those of us that can tell she's telling the truth know that she's telling the truth. That's why I support her. I support her cause in wanting to help rescue other children and young women and young men who are victims that are too afraid to come out and speak and come forward. I absolutely support her in everything she does.
seen the same things, and it's getting worse when I'm seeing. And like, the more that I go in and down this path, the more people that are coming to me, sharing their stories and sharing their truths. And
and that's what I was telling y'all not too long ago. He said that on it was another interview where he was by himself, and I can't remember who he was sitting down with, but he was saying that he was like, in just it was on what's the name of that channel? Something like The Truth or The Truth Theory, something like that. And the guy that runs the channel is in like a full ninja suit, like legitimately. He has on a mask, one of those like black and white smiley face mask, and like a full hoodie. And like, whoever he is, he does not want his identity to be revealed whatsoever. And he was interviewing Jonathan, and I saw that interview, I think it was last week sometime. And Jonathan had said it then. He was like, you know, I know what I'm talking about, basically. And that he supports Jaguar because he knows she's telling the truth. Because he was like, imagine if so many victims have come forward just to me in these last 2 months since I've been speaking out. He was like, imagine how many more have gone to Jaguar who don't want to lose their lives, or they don't want their families to be hurt. Or, I mean, because that's what they do. They threaten the people in their families. They threaten their kids. They threaten their parents, their mom, their dad, their sister, their brother, their husbands, their wives. And then there's people who have participated in freak-offs that don't want their spouses to know that they was at the freak-off parties. So if Jaguar was such a liar, why are all these victims coming forward, even to Jonathan? And he just started speaking out in August. I keep telling people, like, those that are fighting to protect those who have been abused and hurt are the ones that need the most protection. They're the ones that need to have the positive energy and the prayers and all of that. What they don't need is for people to keep trying to discredit their path and what they're doing. And I'm super glad that Jonathan is on board with Jag. I really am.
it's uglier than I thought, because I never spoke out about these kind of things because it was just normal. It was just normal for me. It was normal business. It's like, oh, you show up to a workplace, all these people are foul and corrupt, but then you clock out on your punch card and you go home and you don't have to deal with it. And then you go back in. But it is very traumatic. It is very toxic. And I'm glad to see it finally. I'm glad to see it finally changing. And like I said, I've said this several times. I'd love for academics to really fact check and look into me and all the people that I'm connected to.
And the reason Jonathan is saying that is because DJ Academics is, from what I've researched and heard, he's not only a Mason, but he's very close friends with Jay-Z and Diddy. So it would make sense that DJ Academics is also along the smear campaign of dragging Jaguar Wright and calling her a liar and saying she's a conspiracy theorist. Every one of them who are in agreement with one another all have been told to say and do the same things to discredit Jag. So that's the whole reason Jonathan's talking about DJ Academics right now, because since Jonathan has come forward, DJ Academics has spoken about how he's a liar and he just wants his 15 minutes of fame. Jonathan has been around the industry damn near as long as Jaguar has. He don't need your fat ass, Mickey Mouse looking motherfucking ass to be famous.
Starting with Drake and then going down to Jay-Z. And then people can see that what I'm saying is 100% the truth. And what Jaguar is saying is 100% the truth.
Real life.
So that's the real life production team. This guy here is the one that did the recent video, explaining how they got a copyright strike on their channel and they couldn't post for about a week. Okay, and I'm gonna put this title in the comments so that if you guys want to go back and watch the video yourselves, you can. Because the links are just really, really long. So this is the one where Jonathan goes into detail about allegedly Ray J having sex with Beyonce and Jay-Z watching as a cuckold.
Back to this, we'll call it a rumor for now, what you heard about Ray J, Beyonce, and Jay-Z. And I'm just curious, Jonathan, when you hear information like that, when that comes to you, what are your thoughts? Is it normalized when you hear like cuckold situations and with celebrities? Is that normal when you hear that? Or is that like, are you surprised when you hear information like that?
I'm surprised when it comes to, Jay-Z, especially because it's, like Beyonce, but it's pretty normal. Surprisingly, it's an industry that's very dominated by sex and drugs, right? And it's out there. Like, nobody's hiding it. Like, so if people would be, shocked, if we're shocked, we're not really paying attention to the music and videos and images that we're listening to, because it's right in front of our face. Like, it's not hidden. Right? Everybody's talking about it and everybody's acting that part. Well, then they could say, well, this is just art. Well, maybe, but I know from Jay-Z, when he used to have his T-Mobile sidekick, and he'll go to like that little, do you remember those? I'm older than you guys, so I don't know if you remember the little sidekicks, the T-Mobile two-way, type. Yeah.
Damn, what's crazy is that I do remember that shit. So Jonathan got to be around my age because I remember when those came out. That's how seasoned I am. I remember when the Sidekick two ways came out and that was the popular thing. Hell, I remember pagers. So I mean, that's super seasoned. That's extra seasoned.
Yeah. So I was with the girl and he was asking about her, and then he was asking me stuff like, would you be interested in like, somebody watching? He was just asking some really, really bugged out questions. And I still have those emails. I still have all that, So like, that's one of the things that I was going to include in the book. I'm just trying to figure out how I would do that. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, It's just, I just get real frustrated about when I see these people talk about, okay, Jaguar wasn't there. And if she wasn't there, then she knows somebody who's came to her and talked to her, because I've been getting that so much, as I said.
Exactly. And that's the thing I was saying, like the victims, how do I say this? The hardest thing to do when you have been abused is to tell people about it. because you know that the majority of people aren't going to believe you. And or you could be putting yourself in danger by speaking the truth, depending on who the person that hurt you is. So, it's one of those things that's just like I said, it's very difficult to believe that all these victims are coming forward and telling multiple people when it comes to those who are used to accepting abuse. And that's something else I noticed, that a lot of the people who that I have even witnessed who are like, oh, she could be lying, are victims themselves. And some victims, the way that they cope is denial. Erase it, act like it never happened. Because to face it means you have to face the trauma, relive it, and deal with it. And some people just don't want to. Just like a woman that gets abused, she will deny that the abuse ever happened because that's the only way, because it was so traumatizing, that's the only way her brain can process it, is to say that it didn't happen, even though it actually did. And I've witnessed that happen with my own mom in regards to my biological father. Because as much as I love my dad, when they were married, he did abuse her physically. And there would be times that she would deny it. Well, that didn't happen. You guys didn't see it. Yes, we did. We saw it and we heard it. Just because we were little doesn't mean we didn't know what was going on.
Can I ask you in regards to even with Sean Combs, what Diddy's going through, to see the lack of celebrities or people that technically were around at these parties, whether they were into, some freak offs or not, is it surprising to see not many people speaking up? Like, what's your take on when you see other celebrities that were around him or called him a friend not speaking up at this time?
Well, I think that's to be expected, because that the industry, they like you when you're hot. They don't mess with you when they're cold. So I'm not really surprised by nobody coming out and speaking out to his defense, because with all the victims that are coming forward, how could you really? Because the hip hop community, as you guys know, will come together for a cause. We'll come together to fight the power and to fight for what is right.
And I'm so glad he said that, because he's right. They will come together for causes. I mean, hell, I've even seen it locally here in Houston with certain artists and labels and communities and certain groups of people. Oh, they'll come together, to put on an event and to do this and to do that. But when it comes to subjects like this, you get crickets. And it's either two reasons. Either it makes them feel very uncomfortable, or they've been involved in it, or both. Because a lot of people who have a guilty conscience for participating don't want anything to do with subjects like this. So you'll come together for everything else, but you'll leave victims of SA for dead. Well, we heard it happen, but that's the main thing I be hearing. That ain't my business. Yes, it is. Especially if you're aware of it and or participated or knew about it, it's absolutely your responsibility to try to bring justice to those victims. Absolutely.
But people are just seeing too much evidence, too many victims, too much stuff to really be like, okay, nothing happened here. There's just too much.
Real life. And that is some real shit. When they start to see evidence of what is happening, they will just dismiss it. And, well, I don't want to, even me personally, like there's been certain people that, we discussed it and, did you hear about, or someone will tell me, hey, did you hear about this new video that's gone viral, or, there's this article out about this. And then when you start really deep diving, oh, well, but that ain't really my business. Well, then bitch, why the fuck you bring it up? See, that ain't my business is just the same as the whole silence is compliance. I don't want to be involved, but you want to talk about it. Don't make no sense.
Did you personally see JC with transgender women? You personally?
I have, correct.
Can you speak on like maybe in what aspect? Is it music video or outside of music videos?
It was during it was during the tour. It was during the tour with the Mill, DMX, Jay-Z.
The Hard Knock Life, or
No,
maybe a different one?
yeah, with they had the documentary for it. What was that called? I'll think of it. I'll think of it here in a little bit.
Yeah, it was a documentary, backstage or the stage.
Backstage with the Mill and all that. I used to work with her, and I definitely. It was unmistakable. You know, in 2024, the trans women are, you know, it can be hard, you know, like a lot of people that, you know, they don't know, but back then it wasn't as advanced and you could clearly tell, you know, that was a guy.
Okay, with that being said,
And that was what he talked about on the other interview that I was watching a few days ago. And that was on the one guy's page. It's called Truth. I'll have to find it and I'll put it down in the comments, but it was called like Truth something. And he was saying on that interview, he was like, the women that I personally saw Jay-Z bring on tour with him were transgender women that you could clearly tell they were men that had not actually transitioned. And see, I'm a member of the LGBTQ community because I'm bisexual. So I don't have an issue with anybody who's chooses to change their sexuality. I've got friends that are transgender. There's nothing wrong with that. There's something wrong when men pretend to be heterosexual, but behind closed doors, you're having sex with men who have titties. And you've got wives and children that have no idea what your true sexual preference is because you've chosen to present a false image of heterosexuality while doing what you actually are behind closed doors and putting your wife at risk. I don't have respect for that. To each their own. If you are attracted to transgender women, there is nothing wrong with that. But don't pretend to be straight. And don't be fake. Live in your truth. If Jay-Z is attracted to transgender women, live in your truth. But don't keep parading Beyonce around like, oh, I love my wife, because we've seen the story since y'all got married of all the shit. She got the song Becky with the good hair. Just live in your truth. And like I said, Jonathan Hay has spent a lot of time with Jay-Z and Diddy and Drake and many other artists as a producer and a publicist. He's been around these men. He even talked about on the other interview how they had solicited his roommate. Jay-Z himself reached out to Jonathan's roommate when he was actively working with Jay-Z and allegedly told his roommate that he was attracted to him and he wanted him to participate in being a cuckold for Beyonce, like Ray J allegedly was. And you know, people can be freaky. Hell, if you want to be a cuckold, be a cuckold, but stop being fake and pretending to the public like you're so straight when you know damn well you're bisexual. Just be who the fuck you are. But don't abuse anybody. And for damn sure, don't involve no fucking children in your shit. Allow a child to be a child. Allow a child to be innocent. Don't violate and corrupt a child because you got issues that you need to go fucking heal.
To, you know, stay within the world of Jay-Z. Everyone remembers Jay-Z, of course, before Beyonce. You know, hip hop, you know, climbing up the ranks, beef with Nas, of course, coming right after Biggie Smalls, Big L's death. And then, of course, Beyonce kind of cleaned up his image a little bit. It seems like a lot of these conversations are coming before or right at the cusp of him, of course, marrying Beyonce, revealing that they were married and kind of changing his image a little bit. Do you feel is that contrast as far as almost night and day of what Jay-Z is now versus back then before his marriage?
I really can't speak on how he is now, but I would say so just from like the general, I was talking to this TikToker the other day and she was pretty shocked because I told her, that I was seeing some of the backlash that Jaguar was getting. And I saw that Ray J had said something, her. And I told the TikToker, it went viral like on TikTok yesterday. I was like, well, listen, Ray J is just defending Beyonce and Jay-Z because, Jay-Z's a cuckold. And once again, I know that for 100% fact. Like I said, go back to academics. Academics like to break stuff down, fact check me and see if I did not work with Drake and get paid with Drake this year. And if I'm working with Drake, then I have access to everybody. So I know that Jay-Z is a cuckold, right? He likes to watch Beyonce with other men. Ray J, from what I heard, even before all this happened, was one of the guys that used to smash Beyonce while Jay-Z would watch. Diddy, as we know, is into those things. That's in the indictment. Cassie has not denied it, but they came out and said, that Diddy used to like to watch Cassie. That's what he's into. Some men like to do that stuff. There's not a crime in that. But yes, Ray J, from what I was told, from being inside at the highest level, that Jay-Z likes to watch Beyonce with different men, such as Ray J.
And now we know why. And I'm about to look up that video and play it. Now we know why Ray J went on such a rant towards Jaguar. Now it all makes sense because he went on YouTube calling Jaguar janky, calling her a liar, talking about, I hit you up. I told you could have came and got this money from me, but now you trying to make money off of YouTube by spreading lies. Again, a hit dog will holler. Okay. So now we know why Ray J went in on Jaguar, because Jaguar said that shit. And Jaguar said it, what was it, last year? Jonathan Hay wasn't linked up with Jaguar then. So what, Ray J, you saying both them lying on you? Jaguar been talking about you being a third with Beyonce and Jay-Z. She been saying the shit. Now we got a whole brand new person that just popped up on the scene, just popped up in these YouTube streets. He only been in the YouTube streets a couple of months, who's been around Jay-Z and Diddy and Drake and the rest of them. So now he lying too, Ray J? You full of shit. And like I said before, now we know why him and Princess could never work. Princess, when they were on Love and Hip Hop, Princess was always crying and talking about Ray J going to Vegas and bringing strippers around and bringing strippers to the house. Again, all of that was a cover for what and who he really is. Because it is my opinion that Ray J is bisexual. I've always said that. Hell, I said that back when they was calling him Brandy's little brother. I was like, oh yeah, he's part of the community too. I'm trying to find in my history to show y'all that video. Cause yeah, he started going in on Jaguar, and I cut that shit off so quick. I was like, man, fuck that nigga. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. Hold on. I knew they was gonna play a damn ad. Hold on, I'm waiting on them to finish the ad, then I'll share the screen. Oh, now y'all want to play 2 and 3 ads. I hate YouTube. I really do. They do the most to try to get you to pay for the premium, which I'm just not finna do it. Okay, let me share the screen so y'all can see this video. Here we go. Okay, and this came out 2 weeks ago. And like I did with the other ones, I'm gonna put the title in the chat so that if y'all want to go back and watch it on your own time, you can. Hold on. Because posting the actual links, it's very long. Yeah, Raja goes off on Jaguar Wright.
I told you I had an opportunity for you. I told you I had bags for you. I'm trying to hear what you got to say. But you want to keep taking these other money and not showing love to the community? That's weak as f. Hit me right now so I can make sure you get a bag and I can understand what the f you talking about so we'll know what's the truth and what's not. That's
See, there we go right there. So we'll know what's the truth and what's not. I don't know if y'all heard, but I'm going to probably cover this on tomorrow's live. Ray J just did an interview. I think it was today. It was either today or yesterday with Orlando Brown, because of course the interview with Orlando and Jaguar has gone viral. Ray J, if anybody's looking for crumbs, it's you, my nigga. Because don't nobody give a fuck about you for real. Like nobody just goes on YouTube and says, hey, what's Ray J up to? Nobody cares about you. Because what we see about you is that you're a fucking spoiled brat. You always have been, and you're a goddamn narcissist. You always have been. And you shit on women because you're secretly down low. That's my opinion of you. It always has been. I was like, I knew that nigga was bi when he was a teenager because he's feminine as fuck. I can't look at Ray J and say he's masculine. I've never been able to do that. If I were to meet him in real life, Ray J would be one that I would have been over touching his toes and I would be pegging him. I'm going to just keep it a stack. There's nothing, I'm more masculine than he is. But he always wants to like constantly get attention, even by the means of making himself look like a fucking idiot. Like on this video, why are you on a live and we can't even see your face? What is all this shit?
Thank you. You ain't hitting me back, but you hitting all these other back. That's from all these other countries.
And really what he's saying, well, I've been hitting you up, you ain't been hitting me back. Jaguar, why won't you give me a viral moment? Because she know you a whole ass bitch. That's why.
Like you safe over there. You safe with me. Stop acting scary. Jaguar, hit me back right now whenever you can. With all due respect, and I love you, and I'm sorry for cursing.
Yeah, that's that bipolar schizophrenia shit right there. You cussing her out and then saying, with all due respect, I love you. Ray J, you need, look, you are, I don't usually advocate for antidepressants, but he needs to be medicated because he's been wilding out and acting crazy for years, even before he got with Princess. It's like he goes from love to hate in a matter of milliseconds. He goes on these rants to get attention. Then when people stop paying him attention, he starts acting like Tyrese, crying and shit, or just doing the most. I just need constant attention. It's like, my God, we know you're Brandy's little brother. We know you have always been in Brandy's shadow. But you are still doing the most to get attention when you should be following in your older sister's footsteps by just chilling the fuck out and shutting the fuck up. You don't never see Brandy going out her way to get attention, ever. But Ray J has done that since he came on the scene. It's annoying as hell.
Call me be a better person. Call me back.
It was right here.
All available talent has been mine.
And now you're on camera in a whole entire wig. You know what? You know what? I cannot. I cannot. I just cannot. Like, I can't even play the rest of that because I can't take him serious. I literally cannot take this dumb motherfucker serious. That's a perfect example of him doing the most to just get attention. Ray J, you are clearly very mentally and emotionally unstable. And all jokes aside, please go heal. Please go sit with a therapist for at least a year. Get you at least 2 life coaches and maybe even a support group. Because whatever went on in y'all's household clearly has you fucked up. And even I think Ray J is maybe a year or 2 younger than me. So nigga, yeah, you gotta be like, if not 40, close to 40. And you got kids. You too damn old to be acting like a child and acting like a whole entire whole ass bitch. Go get help. I feel like being like Storm Monroe, the celebrity doctor, and prescribing him. I prescribe for you to go get a damn therapist and work with it, male or female. Work with them every day, because more than likely all that sexual activity, that's really what it is. All the sexual activity he has done, all them people's spirits are still attached to him, because you understand that when you lay with a person, you take on their energy, their persona, and their spirit. Their energy, like it lingers with you, and within you it's a soul tie. So that's probably why he's so nuts, because he didn't bodied so many bodies. Crazy motherfucking. This is the last thing I'm gonna show y'all, then I'm gonna end the live because I do gotta get up early. Give me 1 second. Share screen. So yeah, this is how I found out about, this whole him being accused of raping a 13-year-old with 2 other celebrities at a VMA after party. Crazed look in his eyes because it was a demon. Oh, the sound's on. Oh, that's what I'm saying. No, okay, I thought they were gonna talk. I don't want to play a video where they just playing damn music. But yeah, it says Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of allegedly drugging and raping a 13-year-old girl as 2 celebrities, Jesus, joined in. I thought they had just watched. That's wow. That's sad. That's exceptionally sad. Joined in at a VMA's after party in New York 2 decades ago, according to a new wave of lawsuits. The disturbing allegations were laid bare in a slew of civil lawsuits filed against the fallen music mogul in the Southern District of New York late Sunday. And let me share the link to this. That way, if y'all want to go research this yourself, you can. Because again, when I do my lives, I give receipts. Then it says, in one of the suits, an alleged teen victim, I don't know who designed this website, but the drop down overhead needs to come out of the JavaScript programming. That is annoying. People don't want to see that shit when they're trying to read. In one of the suits, an alleged teen victim, only identified as Jane Doe, claimed she was attacked after having one drink that left her feeling woozy and lightheaded at a drug-fueled house party in September 2000, the court papers charge. Well, of course, I mean, because it's already been confirmed that he was putting GHB in everybody's shit, and that he even was injecting the bottles of alcohol with the syringe filled with GAB and ketamine. And you know what's even more crazy now that I'm reading that, saying she felt woozy and lightheaded? That's the same thing that Love Jones said. The chick that I don't know for sure that they dated, but it's kind of seemed like her and Storm might have been dating a while ago. At least according to the video content that they kept putting out together. But she had came on his channel, what was it, about 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And no, it was 3 weeks ago, because it was right before I got back to Houston, and I seen it. Matter of fact, the night before I came back. And she had said that she partied with Quincy and Diddy's oldest son and other, like kids of famous rappers, because she's younger. I think Love Jones is like in her maybe mid to late 20s. And she said that they had been passing bottles and popping bottles and pouring drinks. She was like, and next thing I know, I felt woozy and lightheaded. And then next thing I know, we were in a Sprinter going God knows where. So again, this is something that Diddy has clearly been doing for decades. And that unfortunately that he now allegedly even trained his own fucking sons and stepson to do to other women. And it says, looking for, God damn it, I'm so sick of that drop down. New York Post, please get a new web developer because that shit is irritating. Looking for a place to rest, plaintiff entered what she believed to be an empty bedroom so she could lie down for a moment. Soon after, Combs, along with a male and female celebrity. Oh, I wonder if the female celebrity was Young Miami. Along with a male and female celebrity entered the room. Combs aggressively approached plaintiff with a crazed look in his eyes, which means that a demon definitely was possessing him, grabbed her and said, "You are ready to party." The woman alleges she was then pinned down and raped by Combs and the male celebrity as the unnamed female star watched. Wow. Y'all ain't shit. I hope they lock all three. They need to lock up both of whoever the fuck them two people were. She claims Combs tried to force her to perform oral sex, but she fought him off by hitting him in the neck. The alleged victim said she then grabbed her clothes and left the bedroom, roaming naked through the house, looking for the exit. Once outside, the then teen put on her clothes and walked to a nearby gas station where a female clerk who noticed her distress let her use the phone to call her dad to pick her up. After the assault, plaintiff fell into a deep depression, which continues to affect every facet of her life. The girl said she ended up at the party after trying to get into the VMA show at Radio City Music Hall, where Diddy was in attendance with Jennifer Lopez, his girlfriend at the time. So then it had to be Jennifer Lopez. Damn. 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 And there have been rumors saying that Jennifer Lopez, her role at the Freak-Offs was being a bull dom and strapping females against their will. And again, I told y'all that I explored the BDSM lifestyle 11 years ago. A bull dom and a gorilla dom, whether male or female, are dominants that show no mercy. Like that's literally their role, to show no mercy. And sometimes they don't even respect safety words. And Jennifer Lopez, as soft-spoken as she presents herself to be, hell, even Ben Affleck said that she's extremely dominant and at times masculine. And unfortunately for this young lady, her trying to be fast, trying to get, like, because why are you trying to get into a VMA show as a teenager unless you were trying to be famous, or, you know, maybe I just want to meet this person. So that's why you got to talk to your kids and prepare them to understand that these people that you look up to in this industry does not, just because they present themselves to be a certain way in the public, doesn't mean that that's who they really are behind closed doors. And even people who I look up to in the industry, I look up to you based off of what I see in the public eye. But if I were to spend time with you behind closed doors and find out you had another side of you, I wouldn't fuck with you at all. That's sad as hell. I'm reading again. The girl said she'd ended up at the party after trying to get into the VMA show at Radio City Music Hall, where Diddy was in attendance with Jennifer Lopez, his girlfriend at the time, without a ticket earlier that night. So since she couldn't get into the VMAs, my question is, how did the teenager end up at the party? Who took her? How did she get there? In a bid to cajole her way inside, the alleged victim said she approached several limousine drivers outside the venue, including one who worked with Combs, and invited her. There we go. There's my answer. Invited her to the after party. So a grown-ass man who's a limo driver for Combs sees this young, probably a beautiful teenage girl, trying to get into the limousine and says, hey, she must be down to party. Let me invite her. Which is why Diddy would say to her, you're ready to party. That's why, again, warn your children about not being fast ass. Warn your children about not wanting to go so hard to be in environments that they are not. This is why most parents protect their children and their teenage kids and tell them, no, you cannot go to this. It's to protect them from things like this happening to them. It says the driver who allegedly told her she fit what Diddy was looking for later drove her to a large white house with a gated U-shaped driver. So again, just like the other articles and videos said, he has a type and he has people working for him that are aiding in trafficking these young women and men to him, these teenagers. And that in and of itself, the limo driver, I hope they lock your motherfucking ass up. I hope everybody that worked for Diddy, that participated in setting up all the hotel rooms, that stocked the hotel rooms with the GHB, AKA baby oil. I hope all them motherfuckers get locked up, especially this particular limo driver. And I hate to say it, but the young girl probably is a victim of childhood trauma, sexual abuse, which is why she was fast ass. Because you got to be pretty bold as a teenager to walk up to a limousine. I mean, women only approach cars when they're selling their shit. And maybe she was a streetwalker. Because that's what it sounded like. You walking up to random limos where you know the famous men are at. Oh, because you wanted to get in there. And unfortunately, you got in there. And I'm shocked that they let her leave after they abused her. I'm surprised he didn't lock her in a room as he joked about on the Conan O'Brien show. That's sad. And the driver says she would fit what did so the driver even knows that Diddy is a PDF file, that he likes teenage girls. That's disgusting. She claims she signed an NDA preventing her from talking about what she saw at the Celebrity Field party. Well, that's standard. That's standard for parties. You have, especially celebrity parties. You have to sign an NDA. The accuser didn't name any of the stars she allegedly spotted. Of course not. But described witnessing widespread drug use, including marijuana and cocaine. I'm just going to say this: marijuana is not a drug. It's a plant that grows in the ground. It does not alter your mental state and make you crazy, but cocaine definitely does, because I've worked with cokeheads. I've never done coke in my life, but I've definitely worked with them, and it makes them go out of their mind, and it makes them aggressive, and it makes them act very crazy. The latest suit comes just days after Combs' lawyer begged a Manhattan federal judge to force prosecutors to reveal the names of the ever-increasing number of accusers who have been coming forward with years-old allegations. And that's the thing I don't like, is people saying, well, it happened so many years ago. Why are they coming forward now? Have you ever experienced sexual abuse? Do you understand how it traumatizes you, how you want to forget it, but you can't? The trauma that it takes you, the journey, the road it takes you down. Look how many years it took me to talk about what happened to me. 19 years, damn near. That's why I hate when people try to say, oh, they're lying. You know, why are all women coming forward now? Because they're just not at a place of healing where they can talk about it. This case is unique in part because of the number of individuals levying allegations against Mr. Combs due to his celebrity status, wealth, and the publicity of his previously settled lawsuit. I want to stop right there because that's what Vlad said on the Piers Morgan interview. He's like, I just feel like the police are reactionary because now all of a sudden, he's like, everybody always wants to come forward after a big lawsuit because they want to get paid. No, bitch. Everybody comes forward because they saw a celebrity, aka Cassie, have the courage to come forward and not only sue him, but detail what her experience was. So when they see that Cassie came forward and won and got justice, of course they're going to come forward. Because now they feel safe to come forward. Shit is ridiculous. This has had a pervasive ripple effect, resulting in a torrent of allegations by unidentified complainants, spanning from the false to outright absurd. Well, of course, his attorney is going to say that. It's his fucking attorney, and his attorney is a piece of shit too. But look at him. Look at him and J-Lo. Like I said, darkness, all I see in his eyes is darkness and demons with and around him. And here go J-Lo trying to look like a whole thug, looking like she's from the suburbs, trying to look like a thug with this fake ass smile. When I look at her photo, can I make this bigger? Because I see it on her too. Yeah. She definitely is about the bull dyking and bull dom life. And again, I have been in that lifestyle. She's very diabolical. Very. And there's been way too many stories about her from the men that she's been with, from the men that she's dated. All of her ex-husbands have said the same thing about her, that she's aggressive. She's aggressive, she's forceful, and she's extremely dominant. But in this picture, she's trying so hard to look innocent, but while also trying to look like a thug. And are those fucking braids in her hair? I'm sorry, but I can't stand when people who are not Black try to assimilate our culture. Bitch, you look ridiculous. Combs' lawyers argue they needed to know the names of his accusers to properly prepare for his criminal trial. No, you want to know the names of his accusers so that y'all can try to unalive them. People ain't dumb. The government is thus forcing him unfairly to play a guessing game. He doesn't have to play a guessing game. He knows who the fuck he abused. One made all the more challenging by the slew of baseless allegations that desperate plaintiffs are lodging at him. For the most part, anonymously. And the reason they're doing it anonymously is because they know what type of man he is and that he will come for their families and them, or send one of his employees to come for them in opportunistic civil suits. See, that whole commentary is to be dismissive of the validity of the claims of the abuse that they suffered. When reached by the Post about the most recent allegations, Combs' lawyers referred to an earlier statement in which they derided the lawsuits as clear attempts to garner publicity. Motherfucker, if they were trying to garner publicity, they would come forward with their identities. They would not be anonymously reporting it. That's such an oxymoron by a moron, by a dumbass lawyer. People who are trying to gain publicity, Ray J is a good example. Always got his name and his face everywhere to get attention. People who make reports anonymously are doing it anonymously because they don't want to be publicized. They don't want to be identified. This shit is dumb. Mr. Combs and his legal team have full confidence in the facts their legal defenses, and the integrity of the judicial process. Well, I can tell you right now, based off of what I saw in my premonitions, he's not getting out and he's not getting off. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. In court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor. You know what? Wow, is all I can say. Yeah, he definitely picked the right type of lawyers that are just as big of pieces of shit as he is, clearly. Combs, who is being held without bail in federal custody in Brooklyn following his arrest last month, has pleaded not guilty to federal charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The federal indictment against him detailed troubling allegations that Combs manipulated women, implied them with drugs to participate in freak-offs, violent sex sessions that were sometimes recorded against their will. No, they were all recorded. That's why there's so much footage. That's why there's so much proof. This shit makes me sick. It really does. It fucking makes me sick. But again, Ephesians 6, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places. This is the perfect example of that. Because no amount of money should make an attorney be able to say blatant lies like that when there may not be footage of the sexual abuse circulating, but there damn sure is footage of him beating the fuck out of Cassie like she was a dog. Like she was less than a human. And only a demonic presence in a person can make them do that. People that are money hungry, people that are looking for clout and fame would have their faces everywhere, on every news media, on every station, all on social media, all on YouTube. When the vast majority of these people who have come forward have done so anonymously because they're still scared. Again, that's why I salute Jaguar. Because she's actually fighting the fight. And she's actually has rescued young girls from Epstein Island and allegedly from Jay-Z as well and from Diddy. Not allegedly from Diddy. Because he's locked up. That shit actually, just reading that irritated my soul. Because again, I'm an empath, so I could feel the arrogance and the ego of the attorneys. Like, are you kidding me right now? And again, all these people defending him, if y'all have daughters, I pray to God you never feel what the parents of these victims have and are feeling. Because I just really believe that if these attorneys have daughters and your daughter had been a victim of Diddy, would you still defend him? If one of your daughters or sons, because they say he likes both, if one of your children came to you and said, Diddy essayed me, would you even believe your own child? Or would you continue to just do your job and turn a blind eye? I don't know why I just thought of Tamar Braxton's song, Blind, where she's like, I go blind. A lot of people are going blind because they know that this shit is wrong. They know it. But like Jaguar said, people would rather serve the devil and come in agreement with what's wrong than stand for what's right. Because they want money and they want power. And it's nuts to me. It's nuts to me, but on the same hand, I'm not really surprised. Because, I mean, you know, we know those who have researched the real Bible, not the King James Masonic Bible, which I covered all of that last night. In the true Bible, it says that in the last days, perilous times shall come. They use the word men, I use the word humanity. Shall become lovers of themselves, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Meaning they don't have a conscience. So yeah, Diddy was definitely conditioned. He was definitely placed in this position to carry out these disgusting and diabolical acts. And as much as his arrogance and ego led him to believe that he would never get caught, he has now been caught. And you will be prosecuted. You will not get out of jail. Ain't finna be no get out of jail free card for your motherfucking ass. You're going to spend your final days in prison. And from what I saw, he's going to get essayed, and that's horrible. But what goes around comes around, and you reap what you sow. See, having certain gifts, you see things that you wish you couldn't see. I absolutely saw that. That's what's about to happen to him, if it hasn't already. And they keep saying he refuses to eat because he feels like people are trying to poison him. Nigga, you're going to get your karma. There's literally no way around it. Because that's what you sowed. That's the energy you have given to very innocent people who just wanted to become successful and just do music. And like that poor young lady in that article we just went over, she wanted to go and be around him so bad because she couldn't get into the VMAs. And then unfortunately, she got exactly what she did not ask for. And I don't know the girl. I don't know if maybe she was hot in the ass. Maybe she wanted to fuck Diddy. Who knows? She may not be innocent. But no one deserves to be violated. Hell, even let's just even play devil's advocate. Let's say she was a streetwalker. Does that make it okay to violate her? Does that make it okay to run a train on her? Two grown-ass men, raping a teenage girl and a woman watching? Yeah, y'all ain't got no conscience to be able to do some shit like that. Absolutely none. And to the very people that are sitting up talking shit about me right now, I keep telling y'all, you might want to keep my name out your mouth because I can hear your conversations in the 5D. I don't give a damn if you're mad because of the people I expose tonight. I really don't. This is my channel. This is my platform, and I'm going to use my platform to speak my truth. I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. The same way Jaguar is fearlessly speaking her truth, I'm absolutely going to always do that. And I have been for years. It's just that now I'm speaking my truth on YouTube because I've been speaking my truth on my private Facebook pages for at least the past decade. Actually, longer than that, because I started talking about this shit in 2012. Actually, I really started talking about it in 2008, but I went hard on my old Facebook page in 2012. That's when I started my private group, Truth Theory, and I was exposing so much stuff, especially about Freemasons and the Illuminati, which is very real. And I don't give a damn what y'all say. Jay-Z and Beyonce are very much a part of that shit. I showed y'all last night about the Thelema religion that Aleister Crowley started, the sex magic religion that Jay-Z has openly admitted to being a part of. So it would absolutely make sense why Jay-Z's a cuckold that likes to watch Beyonce get dicked down by other dudes, allegedly. And it absolutely makes sense why Ray J is on YouTube in an ugly ass wig looking like he's somebody's auntie on crack, calling Jaguar Wright janky when, nigga, you are by definition janky. Your whole persona is and has always been janky. Because you're very much so mentally and emotionally unstable. You always have been, Ray J. And it would make sense why Jay-Z picked you, because you're an easy target. You're easy to control and manipulate. And Jay-Z knows he can pay you and you won't talk. And then, you know, he allows you to be dicking down his wife. DzPeepz says, tell him, thank you. Of course. Ray J been a puppet. Been a puppet. For years. Again, that's why him and Princess then broke up 11 times and got back together and broke up and got back together and fighting in front of their kids. Hell, it ain't just Erica Mena and Safari doing that dysfunctional family shit. They were on Love and Hip Hop doing that. And Princess breaking down crying. Bitch, know your worth and leave that nasty motherfucker. Because he really likes dudes, for real. Or at least that's what they say. Clive Davis turned him out too, allegedly. You know what? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure. And I hate to say it, but I'm feeling it, so I'm going to say it. I believe Ray J's mom was about this life too. Because his mother has always been very dominant and domineering and controlling and very masculine. Hell, for all we know, maybe his mama was trapping his daddy. We don't know. I'm just saying. A lot of these so-called heterosexual men like to get fucked in the ass by women. They do. I know from my own experience. They love that shit. And they'll tell you while you fucking them, but I'm not gay because you're not a guy, but it feels so good. Because the male clitoris is the prostate, which is located in the ass. I remember this guy I dated that was 50, and he was a Mason. He was like, can you stick your finger in my ass? I was like, what? Hell no. Because your ass, first of all, you be musty, and second of all, fuck no. Now, if you want me to peg you, I can do that, but I'm not sticking my finger in your ass. No, not doing that shit. I'll stick a diddle up your ass. I'll strap you, but I'm not going to stick my finger in your ass. And if that's what a guy likes, is what he likes. But Ray J, I guess I could say Ray J's bisexual. If he dick down Beyonce, then he's bisexual. But I feel that Ray J likes men more than women because he openly spoke about how he did a circle jerk with Safari and A1. In fact, they talked about it on Love and Hip Hop. For real, DzPeepz, look, y'all, look, I told y'all my channel is raw and uncensored. We all grown. Yes, I'm celibate right now, but some 11, 12 years ago, I was not, okay? I was in, they call it the lifestyle, but I was a swinger. And then from swinging, I ventured into the BDSM lifestyle. I mean, I pegged a dude that was all of, what was he, 6'2", damn near 400 pounds. Had him touching his toes. And he loved it. And he requested it. See, I'm not the kind of person that, I seek out to do it. But if someone requests it, I'll oblige you. Back then. Because I was really kinky and really into that shit. Mind you, I'm a survivor of rape. So that was my way of dominating men and getting my lick back. Because now I can make you my bitch. So bend over and touch your toes and shut the fuck up. That's the way I would talk to them. And they love that shit. Men who like dominatrixes and like female doms, they're called masochists, by the way. That's the BDSM stands for, let me get the acronyms. Dominance, submission, masochism, Damn, how did I forget what the B stands for? Because I'm tired. Because I ain't did that shit in so many years. I should say bend over, but that's not actually what it means. Hold on, I need to look because I'm tired. My brain is on slow mode right now. That way, because I want to give y'all the actual what it is. Bondage. How did I forget bondage when that was my favorite? Because I'm sleepy. That was my favorite thing to do. I've bondaged women and men. Oh, I love that shit. And I like to, even myself, I would bondage myself. There's just something about it. It's the kink of it. In Spanish, it's masoquistas. Ooh, I just learned a new word in Espanol. Masoquistas. I like it. Me gusta mucho. But nah, for real. Like, so when, when Jag was on Piers Morgan and she openly said her role at the Freak Offs was a dominatrix, I was like, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Jag has that power energy about her, that dominant. I could definitely see her strapping dudes and telling them to shut the fuck up and take this dick. Oh, I could definitely see it. So I'm just saying, Ray J, I'm pretty sure Ray J's been bent over 11 times. Oh, I just got to download that Princess Caught Him. And that was the real reason why they got divorced. It wasn't because of the strippers. It's because she walked on him with a nigga. Oh, now that's some spiritual tea. Oh my God. I could see that for sure. Because yeah, when he openly talked about on Love and Hip Hop that him, so anybody who watched the Love and Hip Hop series, Ray J was on Love and Hip Hop New York, Love and Hip Hop Miami. I think it was like, and they even went, I believe they even went on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. And he talked about how it was him, Safari, A1, and I think even Young Jock, but I know for a fact it was Ray J, Safari, and A1 because their women were on the show talking about it and getting pissed off. Like, that's some gay shit. And A1 was married to Lyrica. Ray J was married to Princess. And Safari, I don't know if he was married to Erica, but I think they had just like gotten together. And Erica said that she strapped Safari. When they first was having problems, she went on Instagram and said that. She was like, you loved it when I sucked that dildo up your ass. So you got these down low ass men marrying these women and having babies and to the world presenting like, oh, I'm this loving husband, but behind closed doors, you really like niggas. You really love getting it up the ass. There ain't nothing wrong with that, but just living your truth. That's all I'm saying. Living your truth. Stop being a liar. And Ray J, you've been passed around the industry. You and what's his name from B2K? Little Fizz, Fizz. Yeah. Y'all both been passed around the industry, allegedly, from what's been said for years. And allegedly Marcus Houston, too. I mean, that's a whole nother lie. Matter of fact, yeah, I think one of my next slides, we're going to cover B2K members because I'm disturbed that Marcus Houston is being supported and being a PDF file and marrying that girl when she was 19 and he was all of 42, just like the pastor's son that I've been talking about from the cult ass church I used to go to, Dwight, marrying Jordan at 18 and he was 63 and started dating her and bragged on the actual TV broadcast network that we started when he wasn't even a fucking member there, bragging on the TV broadcast network that he was allowed to date her at 15. And she was a student at the Christian Academy that we started way back in the day when I was a member there. And I remember being there and seeing that girl in her mama's stomach when her mom was pregnant with her. And you dated the girl and her father gave you permission to have supervised dates with a 15-year-old when you were 60. So you groomed her from 15 to 18, banned her family from coming to y'all's bullshit ass marriage at the same temple where I was a member, and married that girl at 18 and had her pregnant by the time she was 19 and had her being a mom. This pedophile grooming shit definitely goes on in these churches too, y'all. Don't get it twisted. It definitely goes on in the gospel music industry as well. Definitely. In 2011, Ray J had beef with Fabulous and told him he knows dudes that'll take his booty. The fuck? He must have been talking about Diddy, but I'm just guessing. That is sad. I'm laughing because of how you worded it. But okay, DzPeepz, however I say, will you send me that, T? If there's a video of Ray J saying that, hell, let me look it up, right? I got to see this shit. Cause nigga, what? Now that's tea that I didn't even know. Ray J tells, I'm typing it right now. Rapper Fabulous that he would have men take his booty. That's some extra gay shit. Oh, it's here. Okay, let me share the screen. Yeah, you not lying, bruh. Thank you for that tea. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe because I definitely need you as a subscriber now. Resurface. Ray J tells rapper Fabulous he's going. Oh. Okay, let me see. Can I play? It might play an ad, y'all. Yeah, hold on. I just want to mute it. Say what? How, Sway? The fuck? Oh my God, he just said that. I can get niggas on the phone that like niggas in our words. Oh, Ray J. Oh, Ray J. Oh, Ray J. You just expose yourself. Did I forget to share the damn tab? I did. Let me. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, let me play this one more again. Let me play this one more again. Because see, now we getting the super piping hot tea that I can barely even fucking swallow. The fuck? Wow.
There's a lot of people out here taking from people. Not only like people are getting robbed.
Let me go on and turn on the captions. That way, if the audio starts fucking up, y'all can actually see what this nigga is saying. What the fuck?
Of not only their money and their spirituality, they're getting robbed of their womanhood and manhood.
Now we're gonna try to get Fab on the line and squash. Let's
get Fab on the line right now. I'll smash it out, nigga.
You can't smack him over the phone, Ray.
On the phone that like niggas, and they gonna wait at nigga.
Did y'all hear what he said? Did y'all hear what he said? And he sounded like a whole entire bitch. That's why I was like, damn, Ray J, you sounded awfully feminine. Like you didn't tapped into your own divine feminine. DzPeepz says, and now wow too. Oh yeah, Bow Wow. Yeah. Oh, let me share this tea with y'all right quick. So when I was still living in Iowa, this was at the time that I definitely was not actually a member at the church. My homegirl, who I was like super besties with back then, she was like, girl, I got these free tickets to a Bow Wow concert. I'm like, Bow Wow? You know, because he's much younger than me. I was like, I don't want to go to no Bow Wow concert. She like, girl, he's my favorite artist. Let's go. It's free. You ain't got to pay for nothing. I was like, all right, fine. We went to that concert and met him afterwards. And I'm tall. I'm 5'9" without heels. Bow Wow's all of like 5'4". That nigga stopped at my titties, y'all. I mean, he's so short. And his security guards was trying to get us to go back to the room. And I was like, hell nah. And my homegirl wanted to go. I'm telling y'all this for a reason. I even have pictures with Bow Wow. Me and her both took pictures with him. I don't know why, she just was head over heels for him. I laughed. I was like, this nigga's so short. And he did try to holler at me, and I'm like, I'm good. Because I can't, one, he was too short, too young. And I felt in my spirit that he was just bringing girls back to the room for an image. I told her, I said, I don't even think he liked females. And she was like, girl, because I'm an empath, man. Empath, clairvoyant, psychic. I was like, I don't know why he's inviting us back to the room when he probably want niggas to go back to the room. And she was like, don't be calling Bow Wow gay. I was like, hey. Because I was hearing, and that was, damn, what year was that? That was like 2000, was it 2003? 2004? I knew back then that he swung both ways. I knew it. He said, change the speed so you don't get flagged. Just in case. I mean, it is fair use. Let me put my disclaimer back up there. Yeah, let me put my disclaimer back up there. Because this is fair use. This is a video that's surfacing, you know, around on YouTube. This is what I'll do. I'm not even going to play it again. I'm going to take, like I did before. Let's share the link. That way, for the non-believers, y'all can go and watch this on your own time. Thank you, DzPeepz. I appreciate that. Because I am working to get monetized. So, you know, I don't want my channel to get flagged because, I mean, but it's out there. Shit, it's on fucking YouTube. Hell. Who is this wise guy TV? Oh, I can't copy it? Okay. Because I told y'all I'm not a hater. If I see a video on somebody's channel, go to their channel and watch it. Hell. That way y'all can see it on your own time. And I'm definitely, I mean, it's going to be in my history anyway. But yeah, offline, I'm going to go fully watch this because damn. He literally said, I know niggas that like niggas that will R-word you. Ooh, child, that's almost too hot for me to sit. I mean, what? So now we see that Jonathan Hay definitely wasn't lying about Ray J. Oh my God. Oh my damn. I'm at a loss for words right now. So this is from 2011. Oh, it says Breakfast Club. Ray J live phone call to Breakfast Club telling Fabulous he's going to have him R-worded by. He called the Breakfast. So do y'all see what I mean when I say he goes out of his way to get attention? Why would you call the Breakfast Club and tell them to get Fab on the phone when you probably could have called Fab yourself? See, now matter of fact, the next live, I'm going to do a little more research so I can get some receipts. I want to see the Breakfast Club either interview or I want to see this. How did this happen on the Breakfast Club? They probably more than likely took it down. But, you know, some videos still can live on the internet, even if it's not on their platform. Because what the fuck? Because that sounds like a personal beef. That's I can't shake that maybe they might have smashed. Maybe him and Fab smashed because and y'all heard how feminine sounding Ray J was. Like just like a female when we be in our feelings, if a dude cheat on us, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting a lover's spat. But he did a public announcement defending Diddy, saying it's not good to chuckle hearing about somebody getting but R-worded, but yet, you know, you on the phone like a little hoe ass bitch talking about, and I know niggas that like niggas. First of all, Ray J, Why do you know niggas that like niggas that are R-word people? See, that says more about yo ass, because birds of a feather flock together. What are you doing having friends that you know R-word people? Why wouldn't you try to protect the people that they've R-worded unless you've done it yourself and or watched? Because I ain't got no friends that are word people because I've been R-worded. That's despicable. That's disgusting. So one has to ask themselves, what kind of company is Ray J keeping? And even more than that, why are you keeping that type of company? I just saw this up in the corner. I slept in Diddy's house, ex-Diddy producer turned pastor. I'm gonna have to watch that. But like dead ass for real. Ray J, why you got friends that are grapists? Who are you, Ray J? Are you a rapist too? I mean, I just can't see myself befriending. Now, I've got friends that are gay, of course. I'm bisexual. Ain't nothing wrong with being gay. But there's absolutely something wrong with you being a sodomite. Again, sodomy is a true definition of homosexuality, not same-sex consensual relationships. It's sodomy, and sodomy is forced anal rape. So now I look at Ray J completely as the person I speculated him to be. You like niggas, Ray J. Just live in your truth, baby. Live in your truth. I want all these down low niggas that's got these wives and children to live in their truth and divorce your wife, because you're probably having unprotected sex with these men, which means you're carrying shit back to your wife. That's why we saw Erica Mena going crazy on Safari, because when she said you violated my body, that means he gave her an STD, allegedly. And I don't condone her acting crazy, but I can understand how angry, and she's a Scorpio too. I can understand how angry one would be if your estranged husband came back and begged you for your family after making you look like a dumbass publicly, and then proceeds to give you an STD that he probably caught from a guy. Because I just told y'all it was Safari, Ray J, and A1 bragging about their circle jerk. And I don't know too many, especially in the Black community, straight men would call that gay shit. I don't know too many heterosexual men that stand in a circle and jerk off together. What that means is that you're getting aroused by watching that man jerk off, which, quiet as it's kept, that's one of my fetishes. Told y'all I'm freaky, I'm kinky, I'm a Scorpio. That is one of my fetishes. I like to watch a man do himself. But 3 grown-ass alleged heterosexual men standing in a circle jerking off, that's very gay, my nigga, in the words of Riley Freeman from the Boondocks. Nigga, you gay. Oh my God. Now I gotta do a whole live on Ray J. Look, I'm gonna have to do my next live on Ray J now, because now that I done got this piping hot tea, shout out to you, Guest Beats. Shout out to you for presenting the piping hot tea on Just D Show's channel. He says, that's some cult shit. Exactly. For those that didn't, y'all go back and watch my live from last night. I went into very, very much so detail about the Lima religion. I'll briefly show y'all the definition, then I do got to get off here because I'm tired. I'm super tired. I got to get up early. Sex magic cult. Because I was showing y'all that in relation to Jay-Z, but now we've even got receipts on Ray J. Where is it? There we go. Let's share this screen. I want to say that's pronounced comatose lucidity, is a technique of sex magic known best by its formulation by English author and occultist Aleister Crowley in 1912. A common form of the ritual uses repeated sexual stimulation, but not to orgasm, which in the BDSM world, that's called orgasm denial, where you stimulate a person, but you deny them their orgasm. It's it's very much a sexual magic technique. It is to place the individual in a state between full sleep and full wakefulness, as well as exhaustion, allowing the practitioner to commune with their God. Now, see, in the BDSM world where I explore that, it didn't have nothing to do with that. It's a way to keep your submissive. Orgasm denial is very much a dominant submissive technique. But in the Lima, they do it to commune with their God, which is the Lima. Aleister Crowley documented the ritual. However, Crowley may not have been the originator of the rite and may have learned about it from a female student first. So I was showing, man, I deep dive into this last night, the whole Thelema and how that's related to Jay-Z, because Jay-Z was definitely a supporter and advocate for Aleister Crowley, and even has had his whole clothing line, Do As Thou Wilt, which is why I chose that photo to use when I was editing the thumbnail for tonight's live. Sexual magic is a magical sexual practice performed in several orders of Western esotericism, especially in the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, and through the Lima. This practice involves several rituals, methods of operation, a cosmology, and incorporates into it a wide range of religious and sacred concepts, including the manifestation of the will of the practitioner through ritualized orgasm. So now you see the purpose in it. The purpose is to dominate and control, but not in a kink way. In their religion, it's to appease that God. You already know, much love. I don't want to be the only one in that chat. No, it's cool. I mean, because most people are, it's showing that there's people viewing, but most people are probably blown away right now by this shit. And most people are probably asleep or about to go to sleep. Erykah Badu is hard body into that too. Into Thelema. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Because she's like one of my favorite artists. I had no idea, but it kind of makes sense. I mean, she's into a lot of different spiritual practices, but I wonder what's the intention that she has if she is involved in it. Because, they be like, oh, she's a witch. She's just in tune. But I mean, she does reference herself as a witch too. Okay. Well, of course, it's probably not out here because it's Erykah. But yeah, for those that want to know more, just start researching Thelema. Because it has everything to do with the core of what Diddy has been doing and that allegedly Jay-Z has been doing. The practice of sexual abuse to appease a god is by definition fornication and adultery. I've been telling y'all that what they taught in these churches is merely a lie and a distraction to distract you from actually uncovering the truth behind it. Adultery and I researched this, and I presented this even on my Instagram last year, which is why a lot of my followers stopped engaging on my page, because I showed proof of this. The original definition of adultery is pedestry, and I do want to show y'all that before I jump off. Pedestry is a sexual relationship between an adult man and a boy. That's actually, if you look up the origin of the word adultery, you'll find that. So yeah, when they say adultery is about cheating on your spouse, it's actually about what Diddy's being accused of, being a grown-ass man, having inappropriate relationships with young men. Well, I'm not going to read through all of that shit. But it's something you can research yourself. So yeah, I mean, there's this shit, this rabbit hole goes so fucking deep. And then it was pedestry and homosexuality as sodomy. Yeah, sodomy, homosexuality. So sodomy itself is the act of homosexuality. The term homosexuality was not even adopted until, what year was it? It was like in the early 1900s. Because and even I learned this in Western civilization. When I first was in culinary school and I had to do like my core classes, one of my classes was Western Civ and the other one was philosophy. And those two classes showed how it was very common back in those days for same-sex relationships between men and women, that it was widely accepted and common, even transgender. I mean, you look back on all the old school, plays and all the presidents that used to wear wigs and dress in drag. I mean, that's been around. But sodomy, by definition, is forced anal sex. That's the true definition of homosexuality. And fornication is, the lema is an example of fornication. Fornication means when you perform a sexual act to give your sexual essence to a deity. It's not sex before marriage. It's literally exactly what they're doing in Thelema, by definition. And the only reason why I'm not going to search it tonight is because I'm tired of shit and I got to jump off this live. But I will find the bookmarked links for everything I'm telling y'all, the actual research I found, because I always bookmark, when I'm researching, I'll look up my bookmarks and post them in the comments for those that want to research it yourself. So while these churches be teaching sex before marriage is wrong, no, it's not. That's normal between two consensual adults. But sex is indeed a soul tie. It really is. That's why I chose to be celibate, because I don't want any soul ties right now. I want to purge my energy from relationships that I've had in the past. I want to purge those people's energy. Even when I did break my celibacy 2 times in the last 3 years, I had to purge myself of that person's energy. Because once you create a soul tie, their energy pretty much stays with you the rest of your life until you do a cord cutting ritual and a prayer to release their energy out of your soul and out of your spirit. And I will say, since I've chosen to be celibate, that it seems like all of my gifts, especially my psychic medium gifts, have intensified. For those who haven't, go watch my Sunday Night Live where Jaguar came into the live and was in the comments communicating with me. It's very deep, the stuff she was telling me and agreeing with me on in terms of the spiritual aspects of sex. Very much so. I'm trying to find the link to my Sunday Night Live. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay. Well, let me copy the link. Yeah. That way y'all can go watch it. Now, the Sunday Night Live is also very long. I think she jumped in the chat. What was it? The 2-hour, 45-minute mark. And she was definitely giving me some downloads. Hold on. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm going to just share this screen right quick, before I jump off, because it is my channel. So this is a live I did Sunday evening. And I was shocked that she, as y'all can see, it says the Jaguar Wright effect. I was shocked when she jumped in my live. And very happy and honored. I'm trying to get to the part where because I was discussing about my, previous lifestyle and stuff. Hold on. Is in the industry, but he's in the industry from back in the day. He's older. He had a rap group. He had mansion parties and shit. Right here, I'm talking about my ex that I was with for a little over 5 years, who's from Atlanta. In fact, the very person who I am still healing my energy from, because we lost a child together, and that was a trauma bond because we got together within months of my father dying. Kept cheating, kept being a whore. Moved me all the way across the country just to cheat and leave. So you know what I did during the pandemic? Got my shit together and got my place. Yeah, I definitely did. But I'm trying to get to the part where she starts to talk about sexual magic. She said child civilians are in more danger than those who know. Okay, this might be the part. Just go on about your business. And everybody knows what it is when you go to these parties. There was lots of couples that were at these parties. Hell, I fucked some couples. I ain't gonna lie. I did. And did. And did. Look, I ain't ashamed of my past, hell, it made me who I am. Hey, what's up, soul sister? Thank you for coming back tonight. Oh, let me put this out there. For those who have not, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel, because we definitely finna be talking more about this throughout the week. It was fun at the time. It was kinky. But after a while, it got old, and then when I had that premonition of the particular man whose name I'm not going to speak, doing a satanic ritual, and they kept inviting me to their training sessions and their parties, that was when I left the lifestyle. And so right here, when I say training session, I'm talking about the BDSM side, not the swinger side. In the BDSM world, a party that they weren't wild like the freak offs, but I mean, it's a group activity. I had been invited to a training session by the very first female I ever engaged sexually with. And this man is well known, not only in Houston, but he's known everywhere. Definitely Houston, Atlanta, for sure. For sure. Dallas too. Really, the whole state of Texas knows him. And so does Florida, so does Georgia, so does California. Where shit goes down, everybody knows his name. And Yeah, like it. How do I say this? Um, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. Once he saw what I could do as a squirter, I was very much in high demand. I got invited all the time and I did not go. Once I left that shit, I left it for good. But it was because I had a premonition of him. And then there was another Dom that was well known that was sort of in competition with him. He had his own group of beta slaves and women that he dealt with. And he was like, yeah, I heard about you. You know, I want, he's like, fuck so and so, I want you at my parties. He was like, and I'll set you up a whole account that you can, you know, deposit. He's like, I'll deposit money into it. I'll bring you clients for your catering because I'm a chef. And at that time I was doing event catering. I mean, like, when people see the power that you possess, not just from a physical standpoint, but on a spiritual side, you're very much sought after. She said, okay, G, get your freak on. That was back then, child. That's not now. That was definitely back then. Yeah, I did. I squirted all over the sheets and all over the curtains in the hotel room. That daddy, not the daddy Dom, the gorilla Dom, by the way. That's who he paired me with. He said, because you're too strong for me. He didn't like women that had any sort of dominance. He wanted completely submissive women, and I was not finna submit to a nigga that was in his 60s that was impotent. I just wasn't finna do it. So by definition, when you're a woman who has a dominatrix side to you, but also likes submission, you're considered a switch. That's what it's called in the BDSM world. So I've been labeled as a switch. And he wanted to see me become submissive because he didn't think that I could. So that's why he paired me with that gorilla Dom. Of course it's still in me, child. Of course it is. I'm a Scorpio. And so he paired me with that particular gorilla Dom, and he said, what's going to happen is I'm going to take you to subspace, and he's going to command, you're going to hear his voice commanding you. And every time he commands you, it's going to feel like he's stroking you with his penis. And I didn't believe him. I was like, no fucking way. I was like, I don't believe you. I told him that shit to his face. He's like, you want me to prove it? I said, absolutely. Because again, I'm a Scorpio. Show me. Don't tell me. Show me. Hell. Show me what the fuck you talking about if you want me to believe you. I've been that way since I was a kid. She said, that's a weak man. No, he definitely was. And sure enough, once I got to subspace, and that man would literally say out loud, come, I would squirt every time. And I literally squirted on the curtains in the room for 35 minutes straight. He said, you will not be able to stop until he releases you. And I couldn't. And I was trying and I couldn't. It was extremely liberating. It was extremely pleasurable. It was the highest height of sexual pleasure I ever felt. And the man was not even touching me. So when I talked about this Sunday night, like I said, go back and watch this live that I'm sharing the screen on. And Jaguar was like, she said, there's a very powerful spiritual connection to squirting. That's why they wanted you. She's like, they wanted to bring you into their ritual. She said, and they were going to set you up to be their sacrifice. So that's why I fully understand now why I was shown that premonition to get out of that shit. Because I'm just up there trying to be kinky. I wasn't into no Satanist shit. I was shocked when I even found out the shit that particular Dom who was running the show was into. Until people that were in the same fetish groups with me confirmed, like, oh yeah, he's about that life, especially his beta slave. And his beta slave was the female who I first actually went down on, like, for the first time in my life. She even confirmed it. And so I was trying to get to the comment where she mentioned about, yeah, here we go. Let me go back a little bit. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna just let this play right quick so y'all can see Jaguar's comments. It's alleged that Ray J participated with Jay-Z and Beyonce, and they did some rituals. That's why the thumbnail y'all saw, I edited that earlier today on my phone. I do 95% of the editing on my phone. All of my videos on my channel, I've edited them. My logo, I edited on my phone. The thumbnail tonight, I edited on my phone, and then took the same thumbnail and edited it into a reel that I used to promote tonight's live. Everything about my life makes sense. And everything that I thought I lost at the beginning of this year is being replaced. Right, Joy? That's what exactly. Thank you, Jack. She said they were preparing you as an offering. Now it makes like perfect sense why they kept inviting me to the training sessions, and were trying to, bribe me with the whole promises of making millions catering. He's like, I could have you cater for NFL players. He's like, I can have you cater for NBA players. He's like, I know a few that would definitely want to date you. He was like, I could have you cater for when certain celebrity actors and actresses and artists come into town. I mean, he's extremely well connected, and he's a very high-ranking Mason too, which I found out after the fact. So again, there's nothing wrong with being kinky, as long as you're, one, being safe, and above all, know the company you're keeping. Know what their intention is. See, I didn't know what their intentions were until Jag popped into my live and broke it down. Because again, she's been on the inside of that part of the music industry, working as a dominatrix and a sex worker. And see, when I was exploring it, I definitely was not a sex worker. I was just kinky. Never got paid. Looking back now, I definitely probably should have, but I would have considered myself to be a prostitute. And what was so crazy even was there were quite a few men that approached me that were like, well, how much would it cost to spend a night with you? I said, there is no spending a night with me. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, all these other women here, I'm not all these other women. I'm not a prostitute. Never have been. Just as freaky as hell. And was exploring shit. And then when I saw what I saw, see, in the BDSM world, it's perfectly acceptable. Under the fetish list, they have, like, for instance, the same dom I'm talking about, before you can even come to a BDSM training session, you have to pass what they call qualification. And he sends a 9-page list of fetishes, and you have to read all 9 pages and mark off what's fully a go for you, what's a soft limit, and what's a hard limit. A soft limit is something that you may not be interested in doing, or you may not particularly like, but you're open to trying it. A hard limit is a hell no, we won't go. Like, I'm absolutely not doing whatever that is. And then open means you with the shits. And it took me forever and a day to fill out that list, but I did. And I'm not even going to lie, even current day, I have over 100 fetishes that I'm into. But I'm not going to engage in that with random people. And I'm definitely not going to engage in that with someone I don't see a future with. Now, when I get married, we're having everything. Sex swing, we're going to have our own dungeon, for us to play and be kinky together. I mean, we're going to do it all. And there are people here in Houston that remember when I was in that lifestyle that have been trying to reconnect with me. And when I tell them I'm celibate, they have a hard time believing it because of how active I was in that lifestyle back then. So, I mean, when Jag be talking about the shit she be talking about, it resonates so much because I'm like, damn, we didn't share the same experience. Only difference is I didn't get paid for mine. And I wish I would have now. Hell, I could have made a lot of damn money, but I was like, nah, because I had always promised myself that no matter how hard life got, I'm not going to become a prostitute. That's why I won't even do OnlyFans, because the shit lives forever. And I do plan to be a wife and a mother one day. Yeah, that's what I saw. They were preparing me as an offering. And the first BDSM party I went to. So yeah, y'all can go watch my Sunday night live. Where did I put the title in here? Oh, I don't think I did. Or if I did, I don't feel like scrolling through it. Hold on. Let me make this smaller so I can copy and paste. There we go. So yeah, the conversation where she jumps in the chat, like I said, started at about 2 hours, 45 minutes. I'm putting the timestamp in the chat. Hold on. So y'all can go watch that on your own time. But definitely, like my interest in all of this, it's like divine confirmation on stuff I've been talking about for years. Where, like I said, people called me a conspiracy theorist or, didn't want to believe that I was having any sort of knowledge about shit because I'm very private. It honestly, oh, her son is in here with me. You're welcome, King. He said, thank you for sticking up for my mom. She needs somebody to. Damn it, all the people trying to come against her. But yeah, like my experience in that lifestyle, now it's all coming for full circle, and I fully understand why I had to go through that, honestly, to be able to talk about it today from my own experience. And the only reason why I'm not going to mention this guy's name is because of everybody that he knows. But there's certain fetish websites that people who are into kink are a part of. And if you've ever been on FetLife, then you absolutely know who I'm talking about. Because the Houston chapter is big, but everybody knows each other. So yeah, this whole spiritual side of sex is very real. And now that I know what I do know about Thelema, I'm pretty sure him and all them other people, that's exactly what they were doing when they were taking us to what's called subspace, which subspace is a very highly euphoric experience. It's very spiritual. You literally ascend past the ethers and you ascend into what almost feels heavenly during the activity, especially when it's a group activity, which I did participate in quite a bit of that, threesomes and orgies and shit like that. Because again, I was very kinky and very fun, but I didn't play with just any and everybody. I had my own circle where we knew we were safe and we used protection and all of that. And I did not give any sort of oral anything to anyone because I didn't trust people like that. One of my homeboys that was in the lifestyle had told me this girl ended up giving him herpes from giving him head because she had an open sore in her mouth and didn't tell him. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. You ain't even get to hit and got the shit, So yeah, y'all, my life journey has been quite interesting. And the conversation between Jag and I was extremely interesting, especially her enlightening me to the spiritual side of what those people were, what those people's intentions were for me at a time where I feel like I'm just on some freaky single girl, hot girl summer type shit. And it was liberating. I can admit that. It was. The whole group engagement activity was very liberating. Because it was something about being in a setting where everyone's getting pleased at the same time, and it can be a very high vibrational experience depending upon who you engage with. At this stage in my life, group activity is not something I want, especially because of my spiritual healing and me knowing that whoever I do decide to engage with sexually needs to also be high vibrational and healed. Because again, sex is a soul tie, and when you have sex with somebody, you take on their energy, their traumas. When a man comes in you, whether it's raw or protected, he is still dumping his trauma into your portal. That at the core of it is why I've been celibate. I don't want to feel or carry other people's trauma and unhealed energy. And as an empath, clairvoyant, psychic, I'm not only going to feel it, I'm going to see your past. I'm going to see the women you've been with, and I'm going to know if you're even currently dealing with somebody while dealing with me. That's why my ex could not ever cheat and get away with it. Because nigga, I'm gifted as I am, I feel it and I see it, even though I don't want to. It's there. So yeah, Jag is, when I tell you Jag is so on point with the shit she's been talking about and her knowledge, she is. And that's why I really do hope, that I get a chance to talk with her up close and personal soon, and in a real setting where it's private and it's just us. Because the comments that she left during that live, I need to know more. That's the Scorpio in me. Like, by nature, we're deep divers and we're obsessive. That's how come I was able to present all the evidence on every one of my lives that I've presented, because I've literally deep dived into it and have done the research. That's how I use my obsessive side, is researching. Let me get all the facts. Let me put all the pieces of the puzzle together. Not just jumping on YouTube gossiping on some shit I ain't never experienced and have no knowledge of. Okay, so with that being said, I got to end this live because it's almost 3. And I'm once again only going to get a few hours of sleep. But I want to give a good shout out to all of my viewers tonight. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate y'all. Especially, I hope I'm saying it right. DzPeepz or DzPeepz. Hey, if you're on Instagram, please follow me so we can stay in contact. Okay, because you presented that pipe and hot tea tonight, and I feel like, yeah, we need to stay in contact. So everybody can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. It's the same exact tag as my YouTube. And if so, because I do get a lot of message requests, make sure you put in there that you were a viewer from tonight's live so I can accept it. Otherwise, I'm going to either delete or block it like I normally do. And again, shout out to my DzPeepz who have already subscribed. I am at 5,122 subscribers. I want to thank you all for supporting my channel. I want to thank you all for tuning in. If you would like to bless my channel, you can see my Cash App scrolling across the bottom. It's very much appreciated because I am building my empire up. I'm building my channel up, and I'm actually creating offline content. I'm developing my own website. I will be starting my own Patreon where we can talk completely uncensored and not having to use other words and mask words for the sake of YouTube. And I can go even deeper into the stuff I talked about tonight, especially my experience in the BDSM and swinging lifestyle. You know what? That needs to be my next live. Me talking about my experience in detail. I think it will be. And then I can plug that into the things that Jaguar commented on, and I can also relate that to the Diddy and Jay-Z debacle. Jay-Z is going to get locked up. Please don't get it twisted. I've already seen it in the 5D. He is next, but he's not the only one. There's a lot of them that are still out there and still getting away with it. So the more that we speak up about it, that's what helps to stop it. And them getting locked up and them being held accountable for what they did. I just noticed on my live, the timestamp is 444. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you. For those that don't know about numerology, 444 is a sign that your ancestors are around you and protecting you and guiding you. And I just happened to look on the StreamYard page and saw 444 bright as day. So like I said, with that being said, I want to thank everybody tonight. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your commentary. Thank you for viewing my channel. Thank you for viewing my live. And please come back on my next live, which more than likely will be tomorrow evening. Well, it depends, because I just remembered I got to handle some stuff tomorrow. So yeah, it may be tomorrow evening or the next day, but I am shooting for tomorrow evening because I feel like I need to talk more about all of this stuff as far as my own experience and what I've seen myself on the other side of the industry from the gospel aspect. All right, y'all. Thank you again. One more again for those who have not, like, share, and subscribe. And if you would like to bless my channel, you certainly can. Let me see it. Do I have the cash tag? I could just put that in. You know what? I'll post it afterwards. All right, y'all. Again, thank you so much. And y'all have nothing but sweet dreams and a good night.